please take your seats and switch your phones to the silent mode. Thank you. Gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries and distinguished guests, it's an absolute honor and pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit presented by the Maharashtra Maritime Board, Ministry of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra and partnered by Times Network. And I'd like to take a moment to honor all of the esteemed dignitaries among us, starting with the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. Sir, we are truly humbled and deeply honored. Thank you for being here and for gracing the occasion. And if I could now likewise acknowledge our balanced dignitaries, who include the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Nitesh Rane. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. The Additional Chief Secretary of Transport and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Sanjay Sethi, IAS. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. The Principal Secretary of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Atul Patne, IAS. Thank you, sir, for being here. And the Secretary of Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. P. Anbalagan, IAS. Huge round of applause. And also joining us is Shri Unmesh Bagh, Chairman of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board, of course, Shri Pradeep P. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. So, ladies and gentlemen, amidst all the global volatility that surrounds us, India's maritime sector stands at a pivotal, absolutely pivotal turning point. And as we navigate the path ahead towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, India must make that transition towards becoming a leading player in global maritime logistics. So today we wanted to take the opportunity to bring together all relevant stakeholders, from policymakers to industry movers and shakers such as yourselves on a single platform, to chart the course of Maharashtra as the heartbeat of India's maritime future, as the gateway to growth. And it's with this spirit in mind that the Maharashtra Maritime Summit was originally conceptualized. So today's gathering brings together the brightest minds from the maritime space, from India and well beyond, as you can see, including the public sector and the private sector alike, as we together collectively explore Maharashtra's crucial role in achieving the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Maritime Amrit Kaal Vision 2047. So to build on that spirit and to build on that sentiment, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to please request all of our esteemed guests to kick off this auspicious occasion with a ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Gentlemen, if you could please do the honors.
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय.
What a special moment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, if I could please request the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Nitesh Rane, to please felicitate our Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra and our chief guest here at the Maharashtra Maritime Summit, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. A token of appreciation, we are deeply humbled and truly gracious that you decided to be here, sir. Thank you. And with that, if I could please request the CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board, Shri Pradeep P, to please felicitate the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Nitesh Rane. Thank you, sir. It's a very special moment. Thank you. If I could also have Pradeep sir, please felicitate the Additional Chief Secretary of Transport and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Sanjay Sethi. Thank you. And Pradeep sir, if I could also please have you felicitate the Principal Secretary of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Atul Patel. Please. All right. If we could please have the felicitation of Shri Unmesh Vag, IRS, Chairman of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. All right. With that, thank you, gentlemen. So Maharashtra's coastline, with its rich economic potential, is now on the cusp of a complete transformation. A transformation that will redefine the region's role in national as well as international trade. So to do a bit of a deep dive on what the future holds and to set the context for the day ahead, if I could please invite on stage the Chief Secretary of Transport and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Sanjay Sethi, to please approach the dais and deliver an opening address. Thank you so much for being here, sir.
Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, Shri Nitesh Rane, Minister of Ports, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Today's summit underlines the fact that maritime sector has a bigger and bigger role in states' economies. And at the same time, it also underlines that states have a much bigger role now in this maritime sector. To make the context clear, Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra has now undertaken the task of making a vision for the state divided into three parts for the next 4 to 5 years, 10 years, and then the 2047. So when we started this process, we thought something like this stakeholders conference, this summit, should be a part of this. Sir, when we were doing this Maritime India Vision 2030 for Government of India, sir, so we, in fact, those are those COVID times, we had this presentation before the Honorable Prime Minister. And I saw Rinkesh Roy here, he was Paradeep chairman at that time. Two of us were given the task of making this presentation. Honorable Prime Minister heard us for a good 1.5 hours, sir. And after that, the question asked was, कि logistics cost में जो है, single digit में कैसे आएगा ये बताएं. So the context setting is that ports are not to be seen in isolation. Ports are to be seen as a part of this supply chain, which ultimately the aim is to reduce this logistics cost, which will make our exports competitive, which will in turn help the whole economy to grow, where states' contributions, states like Maharashtra, have a huge role. So when we now talk about port development, it basically means that how we can ease this business, how we can increase the speed, and how we can decrease the cost. In terms of the infrastructure development or port development, Vadhavan is a shining example that for the first time, state government is made a shareholder in a major port. as you would all know, this is a union subject where major ports are totally owned by central government. This is the first time that Vadhavan port will have shareholding of 26%. And now you must all be reading in newspapers that the Honorable Chief Minister has a certain plan, a target, where Vadhavan does not remain just a port, but it will be a multimodal hub for all kinds of economic activity, whereby not only an airport comes in there, then all kinds of economic activity which will lead to a certain port city, a certain engine of economic growth for that region is what we are looking at. In this, we would include the multimodal logistic parks, the FTWZs, the SCZs, the rail, road and coastal connectivity, the inland waterway connectivity, which in term, when we used to talk about JNPA, sir, the rail's modal share is still about 14 to 15%. So if that rail share increases and the water share increases, it is an optimal exercise which leads to reduction in logistics costs to a very big way, sir. Of course, the infrastructure in terms of warehouses, etc., is a part of this. When we talk about speed, basically what we are saying is that we don't just have to develop new ports, but these ports have to become efficient. The turnaround time there has to decrease. The dwell time for imports and exports, as you would know, it's last 10 years, the kind of progress we have made. The logistics performance index, where we used to rank some 58th, 59th, we are now around 30th in the whole world among 130 countries, sir. Government of India took certain initiatives in terms of speed, where National Logistics Portal and Unified Logistics Interface Platform. So thereby, we get all the stakeholders on one platform. So for the state, again, getting them on one platform where they're connected. Ultimately, speed is about connectivity, sir. And customs trade facilitation, all this will make sure that we go ahead with the speed part. This much often quoted figure of logistics cost being 13% of our GDP, etc. I also feel that we need to do some independent studies on that, because in a state like Maharashtra, we've really done much better now. And we must show that how logistics cost has gone down here, sir. With the introduction of newer and newer technology, where we discuss artificial intelligence being used in various things, starting from a crane to actual storage, the storage yards, everywhere. So all this means that the cost comes down. Another big dimension, of course, is the green logistics, which basically means that we all, not just shore supply, but all dimensions of greening the ports, green logistics, we should take up. So today's summit, considering that Maharashtra has taken a lead, we have now, including Vadhavan, we have 3 major ports in just one state. This is the only state, sir. And Vadhavan, since it has capacity to grow even after the kind of target we are setting now, which is about 23.5 million TEUs, unlike JNPA, where there are physical constraints to sort of expand, this should be able to take care of our 2047. So our focus has to be in Maharashtra on better connectivity, on increasing all these allied areas now. We have come up with a shipbuilding policy, which we have in the later sessions, we'll talk about that. We are talking about land management and waterfront, which basically will mean that all areas of port activity and allied activities will get the center stage. And also we are talking about water transport in a big way, where it helps ease of living. I must share with this audience, sir, that ultimately our Radio Club Jetty project has got a green signal from the High Court also, whereby when you people will travel from South Mumbai to the Navi Mumbai airport, you will know and realize the importance of this Radio Club Jetty, which was stuck for so many years. I must I must mention here that projects like Vadavan, which was stuck for 30 years, project like a radio club jetty, which was stuck for how many years, I don't know. Honorable Chief Minister has been singularly instrumental in taking care of each and every smallest possible issue that was related to it. Even when he was not in power, I remember we used to have these meetings on Vadavan where all those strategic interventions have made sure that it has seen the light of the day. I welcome you all today to this, and I hope that these discussions will lead to making a good grand vision for Maharashtra, and also try and focus on a lot of those issues that affect this sector, that will help this sector. Thank you very much and welcome again.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi, for so beautifully setting the tone. So now, to put things into context, ladies and gentlemen, Maharashtra's 15 non-major ports handle upwards of 70 million metric tons of cargo in the last year alone, as you may know. And the state of Maharashtra has not only identified the need to fast-track maritime infrastructure, but implemented a detailed, all-inclusive plan by way of the Maharashtra Maritime Development Policy 2023. So to tell us more about the state of Maharashtra's maritime might, I'd like to invite the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Nitesh Rane, to deliver a special address, sir.
Honorable, respected Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis ji, Honorable Secretary of Ports, Sanjay Sethi ji, Honorable JNPT Chairman Shri Umesh Wagh ji, present here Honorable Secretary Industries Ambalgam ji, Honorable MMB CEO Pradeep P ji, present all respected dignitaries, industries leaders, maritime stakeholders and esteemed guests. Good morning to all. It's both a privilege and a moment of pride to welcome all of you to the Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025, an important milestone for our collective journey to position Maharashtra as a powerhouse in India's maritime landscape. We gather here at a time when India, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, is making bold strides towards becoming a global maritime hub. At the state level, the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji has provided the impetus of unlocking Maharashtra's vast coastal and maritime potential. Maharashtra, known as the economic engine of India, has its destiny intertwined with water. The Arabian Sea is not merely a boundary for us, but it is a bridge, a passage, teeming with opportunity. With a 877 long coastline and 15 non-major cargo ports, Maharashtra is strategically positioned to emerge as a leading state in port-led development, maritime manufacturing and coastal mobility. The summit is just not a dialogue, it is a call to action for stakeholders like you to become partners in our ambitious maritime growth story. Our vision is not limited to capacity enhancement, it is rooted in sustainability. From green logistics and multimodal integration to empowering coastal communities, we are creating a robust and inclusive maritime ecosystem. One of the most significant infrastructure projects, like mentioned by our Secretary Sanjay Sethi ji, is the Vadavan port. I wouldn't go much in detail because he has clearly explained the importance and how it will help the Maharashtra maritime growth story as well as the Indian growth story. Friends, in April this year, a high-level delegation from Maharashtra, under the guidance of Honorable Chief Minister Fadnavis ji, undertook a transformative visit to Netherlands. The aim was clear: to forge global maritime partnerships and bring international practices to our shores in alignment with Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amrit Kaal Vision 2047. We held a high-level discussion with institutions like Atreides, which has shown readiness to support large-scale port infrastructure in Maharashtra through ECA-backed export credit insurance. This is a critical step towards mobilizing global capital for our ports projects. The ING Group expressed clear intent to invest 1 billion in coastal infrastructure, supporting mega projects, dry ports and logistics clusters. Invest International, backed by the Dutch government, is keen to partner in financial sustainable maritime and logistics projects across the state. We also welcome collaboration of Kotak International in establishing a center of excellence of maritime self-development. Similarly, our visit to Port of Rotterdam opened new possibilities of AI, power logistics, green bunkering and smart mobility. Insights we will embed in our upcoming Smart Port Roadmap. A major highlight is the MOU of Daman Shipyards, through which we will set up technical training centers in partnership with ITIs focused on maritime engineering and innovation. This visit was just not diplomatic, it was strategic. It has laid the groundwork for employment generation, FDI inflow and strong coastal economy. The formation of a Maritime Acceleration Task Force, which will now drive these initiatives forward. And most importantly, we signed a historic MOU with Rural Enhancement Group, represented by Amber Aide and Atal Solutions BV Netherlands, supported by international credit agencies from Netherlands, Denmark and Poland. With 120 crores of investment, 6 ITIs across Maharashtra will be modernized, benefiting over 7,000 youth every year and preparing them for employment in upcoming projects like JNPT and Digi. This is just the beginning. Our global collaborations will help Maharashtra emerge as not just a maritime leader in India, but as a global maritime destination. This summit brings together port developers, logistic experts, and industry leaders to answer a critical question: how can Maharashtra lead India's maritime transformation? I believe we already have the answer. We are ready. We have the policy, the land, the infrastructure, and most importantly, the leadership under our Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. All we need now is partnership. Maharashtra is proud to launch, as mentioned by Sanjay Sethi ji also, shipbuilding, ship repair, and ship recycling policy 2025. The pioneering initiative to build a globally competitive marine manufacturing sector. We have identified several locations along the coast of development of marine shipyard clusters, stand-alone shipyards offering deep draft access, railroad connectivity, and proximity to industrial corridors. The policy offers 3 major things: capital subsidies for project execution, fiscal incentives for skill innovation and R&D, and streamlined regulatory insurance to accelerate project timelines. Importantly, this is just not an industrial initiative, it's a social mission. Through focused skilling and upskilling programs, we aim to create strong job-ready workforce, especially by empowering our local youth in the coastal regions. Whether you are a global shipbuilder, a marine technology innovator, or a supplier looking to scale, Maharashtra welcomes you to a part of this transformation. In a partnership with Kochi Metro Rail Limited, we have drawn up a detailed master plan for Mumbai Water Metro. A network of 35 terminals over 30 routes connecting key locations such as Vasai to Gateway of India, Kalyan Thane, Belapur to Mandwa, Mira Road, Bhinder to Nariman Point. The initiative will offer cleaner and faster transport, integration with metro, suburban rail and road networks, greener vessels and smart ticketing infrastructure, attractive PPP opportunities for operators, investors and urban mobility innovators. Beyond decongesting the roads, the initiative will also catalyze coastal livelihoods, marine tourism and promote low-emission urban economy. Friends, the foundation has been laid, the policies are ready, the vision is clear, now we seek your partnership. Let us all work together to make Maharashtra the gateway to India's maritime future. Let's create sustainable infrastructure, generate quality jobs, usher in a new era of innovation, investment and impact. Let this summit be an anchor of collaboration, dialogue, groundbreaking action. I invite all of you to work with us, to challenge and inspire us. Together, let us sail towards a cleaner, faster, globally connected maritime Maharashtra. I personally thank Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis ji for giving us his precious time to grace this occasion and always supporting us. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Huge thank you to the Honourable Minister for that incredibly comprehensive overview. Thank you so much, sir. Huge round of applause once more. And I'd like to now also acknowledge our Secretary of Industries, Government of Maharashtra, who has just joined us, Dr. P. Anbalagan. Huge round of applause, sir. Sir, thank you for being here. All right. I believe I speak for everyone in saying that it's clear that Maharashtra's maritime moment has in fact arrived. So against that backdrop, the state of Maharashtra's coastline extends over 870 kilometers, as you just heard. So to shed more light on some of the finer nuances of the state's maritime policy and its potential, we're in the presence of a visionary who's been instrumental in shaping Maharashtra's rise as India's maritime powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now please invite the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra and our chief guest, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. Huge round of applause.
A very good morning to all of you. My colleague and Minister for Ports, Shri Nitesh Rane ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, Chairman JNPT, Shri Unmesh Wagh, Secretary Industries, Shri Anbalgam, Chief Executive Officer of Maharashtra Maritime Board, Shri Pradeep, all the dignitaries present here, friends. I pick up one statement made by my friend and colleague Shri Nitesh Rane, which underlines the motto of Maharashtra Maritime Summit. Mr. Rane has rightly said that sea for all of us is not just boundary. It's a bridge to opportunity and prosperity. And I think for the entire day today, we will be deliberating around this statement how to make the entire maritime economy a bridge to opportunity and prosperity. I'm very happy that the Ministry of Ports has organized this Maharashtra Maritime Summit, because all of us know that Honorable Prime Minister of India is very keen on developing the port-led economy. And he rightly feels that if we develop the maritime economy, India can be the next major player in global supply chain. And that is why the Government of India has created the India Maritime Vision for 2030 and India Amrit Kaal Maritime Vision for 2047. And picking the tasks from both the visions, we are here to create a very robust vision for the state of Maharashtra. I think the state of Maharashtra, especially Mumbai and Konkan, have a very rich history of maritime economy. There are certain ports in Konkan where history goes back to more than 500, 600 years, whereby they were doing a lot of business with certain countries across the world. And I think we are now trying to reinvent that position through our new maritime policy. I always say that Mumbai is our economic capital, it is our commercial capital, it is our entertainment capital, it is our financial capital. But what has led Mumbai to be the economic engine of India? It is the two ports, the Mumbai port and the JNPA port. These two ports have actually put Mumbai at the forefront of economy, and today Mumbai has become a powerhouse of Indian economy. But as rightly said, today when we aspire to become the part of global chain, global supply chain, we require to enhance our port capacity, our handling capacity, our efficiencies, our connectivity to the port. And I think this new Vadhavan port is going to change the entire space of port-led development in India, because we know that after completion, it will be ranked amongst first 10 global ports in terms of capacity handling. I must tell you that India and the state of Maharashtra conceived this port in 90s, and somehow due to certain environmental reasons in 1992 Supreme Court of India shelved the project. It was handed over to a Supreme Court's committee headed by a High Court judge, and they concluded that since the entire right of way is passing through a natural area, this port cannot be built. And so the project was closed. But Vadhavan is one of the most strategic location to build any port with 20 meters deep draft. This strategic location was very important to make India a maritime power. So after 2014, when the central government changed, Modi ji took over and we took over in the state of Maharashtra, we started looking at it and we said that can't we avoid the natural area, and can we not find a new right of way whereby we bypass the entire natural area. And then I put up a team of officers, and I would like to thank those officers. They found out entirely new right of way, bypassing the entire natural area. And then for 4 years, we went from High Court to Supreme Court appointed committee. And finally, we got all the environmental approvals and all type of approvals. And we partner with initially it was 100% state of Maharashtra's port. But we thought that port at this scale, we need to partner with the government of India. So we made them major partner. We became the minor partners, 26% we hold in the company. And now that the Vadhavan port is being built, Mr. Unmesh Wagh is in charge of Vadhavan port, and I am sure that in shortest of time, they'll try to build the port, and that will actually open up a huge economy for India and for global trade. We are also trying to connect our ports efficiently with rail and road. The Samruddhi Expressway, which we built, now integrates around 15 to 16 districts with the JNPA port, and for a district from where cargo used to reach JNPA port in 6 to 7 days, now can reach in less than 10 hours. And I think that is going to change the efficiency of cargo handling at the port as well. Now, we are also connecting the Wadhavan port by access control road to Samruddhi Expressway, whereby, and the connectors of Samruddhi Expressway, we will enable 24 districts of Maharashtra to have direct access to the JNPA port and Wadhavan port, whereby the port-led development can be extended to all these districts and an entire ecosystem can be created. Likewise, we are also trying to develop rail networks connecting these ports. And I must thank Honorable Prime Minister for his Sagarmala project, by which the connectivity has become very easy, and the central government is putting a lot of investment in all type of multimodal connectivity to these ports. India will be building its first offshore airport near this Wadhavan port, and that will create a multimodal cargo handling capacity at Wadhavan airport. We are also trying to make our non-major ports more efficient, because we feel that they also have a major role to play. I think with all these initiatives in the future, as rightly told by the ACS and the Minister, we look forward for not just cargo handling, but shipbuilding, ship recycling. We look for water transport. And I think there's huge scope for water transport in the state of Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai and MMR region, whereby we can bring a lot of ease of living. All of us know that in logistics, if we move the logistics by road, if we incur cost of 1 rupee, by rail it is 30 paise, and by water it is just 10 paise. I think this effect of cutting down the logistics cost is very important for India to become a superpower. I think soon we will be India, world's third largest economy. But then the road towards second and first is very difficult, and that is charted by Honorable Prime Minister, and Maharashtra wants to be the leading player on this road. I would like to assure you all that all the deliberations which you will do in the entire day will be summed up and will be brought to me. And I assure the Ports Department, Honorable Minister, and all the officials of Port Department that whatever recommendations come out of today's deliberations, we will be very eager to make it part of Maharashtra's vision, of Maharashtra's new policy, so that all of us work together to make India and Maharashtra a maritime superpower. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
All right. Thank you to the Honorable Chief Minister for sharing such a rich range of takeaways. And with its vast coastline and strategic location, Maharashtra is clearly the frontrunner with respect to the country's maritime ambitions. So with that, we'll continue momentarily. I think at this time, we will take a short break for tea and we'll resume in exactly 10 minutes' time. We look forward to seeing you back here at the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please take your seats. The Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025 will recommence in just a few moments. So we kindly ask that you take your designated seats, quiet down, and please put your phones on the silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please take your designated seats. The Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025 is about to recommence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025 is about to continue. We ask that you please take your designated seats. We have an action-packed program ahead. A lot of riveting industry-level discussions that you don't want to miss. So we kindly do ask that you settle down so that we can proceed. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. gentlemen, we ask that you please take your designated seats so we can proceed with the program. There's a lot in store here at the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. You don't want to miss these riveting discussions, so kindly do take your designated seats so we can continue. Thank you so much. Thank you for your cooperation. And by way of a reminder, as we continue the program, and since it is a televised event, we ask that you put your phones back onto silent mode. Thank you so much. All right, let's have everyone at our first few roundtables kindly take a seat. It is a televised event, so let's not obstruct the cameras and let's continue with what promises to be an action-packed agenda here at the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it looks like our audience has joined us back here at the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. We'll wait for just a quick moment, let everyone settle down, let everyone take their seats. Kindly, I'm reminding everyone to put your phones back into silent mode. It's a televised event, and please stay cognizant of the cameras. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it has been an absolutely fascinating day so far, and a lot more lies ahead. So with that, I'd like to officially welcome you back to the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit presented by the Maharashtra Maritime Board, Ministry of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, and partnered by Times Network. Now, the government of Maharashtra's maritime policy is designed to boost maritime infrastructure while building a self-sustaining maritime economy. And this policy is fairly inclusive, ladies and gentlemen, in that it incentivizes everyone from global businesses to local tourists, multiplying investor appetite in maritime infrastructure projects. So, ladies and gentlemen, to essentially offer us a recap of some of the most major milestones of the Maharashtra Maritime Development Policy to date, as well as to offer us a sneak preview of future proposals that are designed to only further propel the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board, Shri Pradeep P. Huge round of applause, please.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to you all. I would like to give a presentation on the Maharashtra Maritime Development Policy 2023. As you all know, Maharashtra has 877 kilometers long coastline. We have about 2 major ports, and a third one, which Honorable CM Sir was mentioning, is under development, which is a deep draft port, and which will be among the top 10 global ports once it is developed. We have 48 non-major port areas notified in Maharashtra, out of which 15 are cargo handling non-major ports. We have 36 operational passenger water transport routes transporting about 18 million passengers annually. The Maharashtra Maritime Development Policy is an initiative of Government of Maharashtra to provide policy clarity, policy support, and policy framework for the comprehensive development of the maritime economy in the state of Maharashtra. We have classified ports for the sake of incentives and other provisions of the policy, wherein the ports have been classified as micro, small, medium, large, and mega ports. And this classification is based on 2 criteria. One is the fixed capital investment, which is 10 crores, 50 crores, 250, 750, and 3,000 crores for the classifications. and the minimum cargo handling capacity in terms of million metric tons per annum, which is 1, 10, 25, 50 and 100 for the classification of ports. Then we have concession and lease period, which is for the port projects it is 30 plus 20 for micro and small, 50 plus 20 for medium and large projects, and 70 plus 20, that is about 90 years for the mega projects. Apart from that, we have captive jetties for which 30 years plus 30 years is the allowed time period. Then MMB jetties which are owned or operated by MMB, which is 15 plus 15 years. Then we have marinas and floatels and houseboats for which it is 30 plus 20 years and 30 years plus 5 years. The extension policy for the existing projects are the projects for which when we say 30 plus 20, that additional extended time is based on again two criteria. One is fulfillment of the 50% of the cargo projections which were made in the initial DPR, and complete fulfillment of the scope of work and all other prescriptions in the initial DPR. And the award of projects is a simple process wherein if the project is identified by MMB or the government, then it will be through a transparent bidding process. And if the project is identified by a private project proponent, then it will be through a Swiss challenge method as per the policy. Then we have the captive jetties for which the award process is a bit different, wherein the projects can be awarded on a nomination basis. But for that, we have certain conditions for that, which number one is that port-led industry should qualify as a large-scale industry or higher under the Maharashtra industrial policy. The second, it should have all the approvals, it should be fully functional, and if it is a proposed project, then it should have achieved financial closure. And the last condition is that there should be a minimum guaranteed cargo for the captive cargo over the project period. And for this, the WFR, waterfront royalty will be as per the schedule of rates, and it will be increased 3% every 5 years. Then for the coastal shipping and inland waterways, to promote, which is between the coastal shipping, which is between the Indian ports, one is 50% concession on WFR is provided for the non-captive cargo, and the second, there will be a provision and permission will be given for establishment of coastal berths, exclusive coastal berths for non-exempt cargo and passengers in existing ports and port projects. To promote offshore or coastal recreation, the following incentives have been provided. One is the port dues concession of 25% will be given, and second, the passenger levy concession of nearly 75% will be given for all kinds of the coastal recreation facilities like cruise liners, floatels, houseboats, seaplanes, floating cottages, harbor cruises, and even the fishing vessels, which are the existing fishing vessels. When they're not used for the fishing activities, they can be used for the tourism purposes, for which a permission will be given. And then there is the issue of valuation allotment of land, and these provisions are limited to the government land and the intertidal zonal land. So for the government land, the land allocation will be based on the payment of the ready rector rate, ready rector valuation. And as far as ITZ land is concerned, the valuation of the abutting non-irrigated land will be taken. And with respect to Mumbai, Thane and Navi Mumbai areas where the land cost is very high, a provision has been made, and wherein if the agreement is for 20 years, only 1/4 of the valuation has to be paid. If it is 30 years agreement, 1/3 has to be paid. And if it is 50 years agreement, only half of the valuation has to be paid. The ownership will lie with the state government or MMB, and the land will be given on lease to the project proponents. Then for the extension projects, again, a provision has been made wherein you have to pay only 1/3 if there is a 10-year agreement, 2/3 if it is a 20-year agreement, and 100% if it is a 30-year agreement. So a lot of incentives have been identified in the policy for the port projects. One is the exemption for royalty and minor minerals which are consumed during the project construction phase. The second is the exemption from any assessment charges for change of land use, for any kind of change of land use made in the project. And there will be exemption from electricity duty during the project construction phase. And then there is a state GST exemption on the materials used during the construction phase. Then we have exemption from stamp duty and all kinds of stamp duty which are made as part of the project. Then we have applicability of industrial power tariff. Then there is an exemption from the port dues. Apart from these incentives are provided for the micro, small and medium projects, For the large and mega projects, wherein again, as I told you, the investment, fixed capital investment has to be 750 crores or 3,000 crores, and the minimum cargo has to be 50 million metric tons per annum or 100 MMTPA. There can be a customized incentive package as well with approval of the government and the High Power Committee. Then for the existing projects, if there is an expansion, again certain incentives have been provided. So the same fiscal incentives for new projects will be applicable to the expansion projects as well. But there are certain conditions. The conditions are that the initial cargo traffic projections which were there in the initial DPR have to be completely fulfilled, and all other prescriptions as per the initial DPR have to be completed. And a minimum investment of the if the initial DPR was for 100 crores, at least 25% of that has to be invested for the expansion projects, at least 25%. And this concessions will be provided only for 2 expansions after the initial project. And the waterfront royalty will be reset to an amount equivalent to the first year of the initial DPR. And this will be only for the additional cargo. Even this facility has been provided. Thank you. These are all the initiatives under the MMDP 2023. I hope if any other doubts are there, if any other issues are there, we are always open for you. Please come to us. And I would like to keep the stage open for the next panel discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep sir, for sharing such a rich range of insights. Now, we're gathered here, of course, at the Maharashtra Maritime Summit to broadly address a single topic. And that is Maharashtra's march towards becoming India's leader with respect to maritime trade. So to offer us a 360-degree perspective and to talk Maharashtra-specific opportunities and Maharashtra-specific possibilities, alongside perhaps addressing some of the challenges that continue to loom large, we are joined by a highly distinguished panel of domain experts. So first up, if I could please invite Shri Mihir Shah, partner at Ernst & Young, to spearhead this discussion for us. Huge round of applause, please. Mihir, if you could kindly join us on stage. Thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to what promises to be a riveting discussion. And joining him, we have our esteemed panel that includes Shri Unmesh Wagh, IRS, Chairman of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Rinkesh Roy, CEO and Joint Managing Director of JSW Infra. Sir, thank you for being here. It's an honor to have you with us. Shri Hiren Shah, the CEO of Harbour Business at Adani Ports. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Welcome to the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. Shri Jivu Kurian Iti, CEO of Ports and Terminals, Navasheva, DP World. Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you. And Shri Ambar Aide, CEO and Managing Director of Rural Enhancers Group. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And it promises to take the conversation to another height and another level altogether. I urge you all to listen in. And with that, Mihir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes?
Can we hear him, ladies and gentlemen?
I think you're
Great.
far away from lunch, and it's good afternoon. So good afternoon to all of you. My name is Mihir. I'm a partner at Ernst & Young. I drive strategy. And thank you very much to the government of Maharashtra and to MMB for giving this opportunity to have a illustrious panel and really focus on something that is probably going to be a very important input, as the Honorable Chief Minister mentioned, to the vision and the plan, as CT Sir mentioned, that the key input is going to be coming from this exercise. So welcome to all of you and welcome to my absolutely amazing fellow panel members. We have 40 minutes, that's the brief that was given to me. We've got 5 people, so we've said that we'll have 2 questions per panel. And then we'll probably have some amount of time to really take your questions. So that's the format in which we will look at. And the agenda was to look at the MMDP. So we thought about 5 areas where we would want the panel to really contribute. The first is essentially around port-led development, and everybody talked about Vadhavan, and we have the person who's driving it here, so I thought it would be good to talk about that. The second is logistics. Again, something that, I think everybody spoke earlier, the need for looking at beyond the gate, looking at the entire supply chain. The third is about decarbonization, which I think is probably front and center across all sectors, including maritime. The fourth is all about logistics and skilling, because I think across all sectors, especially in maritime, we need to have the right workforce for the future to drive that. So these are broadly the points. So let me start with Mr. Wagh yourself. It was underscored the need and the strategic importance of Vadwan. Can you please tell us in terms of how that is going to change the maritime economy in the state and what opportunities will it create?
Thank you, Mir. Good morning. Honorable CM and ACS Sri Sanjay Sir has explained about the importance of Vadwan in maritime sector of India. Just to go a little deep into that, this project is very important in 2-3 aspects. The first one, the growth of India's container exim cargo is mainly led by the western sector of India. Today, 75% of our exim container cargo is either handled by JNPA, Mundra, and some by Pipavav. Last year, JNPA and Mundra both worked more than 90% capacity. JNPA added 2.4 million TEUs this year capacity and became the largest container port of India. So we have some spare capacity for next 3 to 4 years. Mundra does have some spare capacity, may be enough for next 2-3 years. Same for Pipavav. If the growth rate for both JNPA and Mundra in double digit. Last year our growth was 13%, this year 20%. So we need a big port by 2028 and 29. So now this is not a just need, this is an urgency. That's why Vadwan is coming and will be starting at the right time to fill that a huge gap. When in 2021 we did the study of demand assessment, IIT Mumbai did for us, the realistic demand which we worked out in 2021, realistic, optimistic, pessimistic. The realistic demand was around 9 million TEUs for Vadwan by 2029-30. Optimistic is more than 10 million TEUs. Now what was optimistic in 2021 will be pessimistic in 2029. So that is the importance of Vadwan. Sheer demand, the gap Vadwan will fill. The second point, India doesn't have deep draft port. Vizhinjam is there, but that is a transshipment port, not a gateway port. So we have to depend upon Jebel Ali, Singapore and Colombo for mother vessels, and from there the feeder vessels come to Mundra, JNPA and other ports. So we lose $100 to $200 per TEU. With Vadwan, the largest vessel can come and call on to Vadwan. So we will save that $100 to $200. And the third important thing, the hinterland is northern and central and western India. It is only 12 kilometers away from the dedicated freight corridor. And as Honorable Ports Minister and Honorable CM said, the modal shift to the railway will reduce the logistic cost. So Vadwan will reduce logistic cost. One, there is a 40% modal shift by railway. Dedicated freight corridor is very near. Even for road, you don't have to cross Mumbai traffic. So that will also a time saving and cost saving. And third, the world maritime route is closest to Vadhavan than Mundra and JNPA. So, Vadhavan port will be the most cost-effective port for our cargo from its hinterland. So these are, and fourth important thing, we are going for now sustainable port. Vadhavan port, since inception, will be green port. So all energy will be used, green energy. There will be shore power to the calling on ships. The tugs will be green, and the internal movement by the green tractor trailers, which are electrical. So that way, Vadhavan will be game changer in terms of logistic cost, ease of doing business, and in sustainability.
Thank you very much. I think that's kind of lays the foundation for a fantastic, absolutely, we always talk about disruptors. I think Vadhavan is one mega disruptor. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Roy, coming to you, as you had seen in the presentation by the CEO, Maharashtra has a huge coastline. What could be the 2-3 ideas that in your view, the state can take to capitalize on this opportunity?
So, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon to all of you. So if you look at Maharashtra's coastline and what Unmesh ji has spoken, you will see that broadly most of the port development in Maharashtra is taking place in the northern part of the state. And the reason it's happening is these are not bounded by the Western Ghats. And the moment you move south towards Ratnagiri or towards Goa or Konkan area, you're getting totally bounded by the Western Ghats. And no port can exist and eventually make itself viable without a good evacuation corridor. And I think one of the areas where the state government and everyone has to look seriously is developing tunnels or lines across the Western Ghats, especially in the southern part of the state. I think that's the paramount need. So there are two main projects which had been identified earlier. One was Kolhapur Vaivavbadi and one was Chiplun Karad. Either of the two, whichever comes through, will be giving a great impetus to a port development in the Konkan region. That's number one. Number two would be, since this highway to Goa and further south is already getting expanded, the last mile connectivity of the ports from the Ratnagiri area into these highways, that would be also be equally important. Keeping this in mind, I just wanted to tell you that we in GSW Infra, we are the largest port operator in Maharashtra. So we have got close to 100 million tons capacity of ports here. We operate one of the best hub and spoke models done. So we have a Jaigarh, which is actually Maharashtra's only deep draft port currently. So Vadhavan, when it comes, it will take that honors. But till now, we are the only port cape size, and berths have been designed for Valemax. So these are one of the largest iron ore carrying ships in the world. So that's the only port in the country where berths have been designed for handling Valemax facility berths. But we are stuck at Jaigarh because of this evacuation, rail connectivity issue. Because you have to move across the Konkan right up to Panvel to, again cross the Ghats. So this is one issue that we need to look at. Third part is when you develop a port, it's very essential to take environment and environmental concerns into account. So if you look at most of our ports, both at Jaigarh and at Dharamtar, Dharamtar incidentally is one of the largest riverine ports in the country. And here we have built covered sheds for, storing coal. So you don't find this anywhere in India. Or forget about abroad, I am telling you, you will not find it anywhere else, that you have covered sheds. The entire machinery for unloading and loading is within the sheds. So we take this environmental concerns very seriously, and as you move into the future, when cities will grow around these ports, it's very essential to take care of this particular aspect. And lastly, I think Maharashtra has got, what requires for a port. You've got the market. You are a hugely industrialized state, and it's the largest in the country. You have, number two, if you take care of this environment and evacuation issues, then the sky is the limit. And most importantly, if you look at like Amba River. So Amba River is a case study where a steel plant which started at 1 million ton has now looking at a 15 million ton capacity there, which entails, again, mind you, around 40 million ton movement of cargo across the river. And similarly, we're looking at developing Salav, which is just next door to this Dolvi steel plant. And that river now can become your hub for, you have a steel plant, you have a port, so you have a PNP port across, you're having cement plants there. So it can become a hub for your shipyard and shipbuilding development, because you have the necessary logistics costs being cut down to absolutely, as ACS Sanjay ji had spoken about single digit, I will talk about a lower single digit. So, it becomes way lower costs that you entail. And most importantly, that we look at these rivers or this railway line connectivity as a corridor development to the ports. So that will be a big step forward. Thank you.
No, fantastic. I think the last point you mentioned about corridor development, I mean, that's the philosophy that, I've been having, that no longer are transit corridors just corridors. They are economic corridors, and we have to look at it in that fashion. So thank you very much. Let me come to Mr. Shah, to you. We are in an era of change, which is now given, thanks to tariff and everything else. Trade flows are changing. How do you see that as an opportunity for Maharashtra? And how can the state leverage that?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor, for giving me this opportunity to interact with august audience. India, with its vast coastline, and especially Gujarat and Maharashtra, more than 30% of the coastline of India is with these two states. And the way I have seen, because I come from Kandla region, the port, and I have seen the benefits it has brought to the entire economy, one port in Kandla. So same thing, now we are at about 1500 million tons of cargo handling in the country, and the way I see this with all the initiatives, because there is a urgency which I see across government departments, across entrepreneurs, across our group, for example. We have been one of the pioneers in private sector participation in the port sector. So I see that there is definitely a lot of action, a lot of execution attempt, and there is a need which is felt across quarters. So I see that definitely Maharashtra, the way it is, it stands to gain out of this port-led development which we are seeing in the country, and which I can tell you by a small example, Mayor, all of us have experienced, like there was a time when COVID struck about 5 years ago, and we could see that airports were empty and things like that. And there were the orders of the aeroplanes and everything got delayed by the airline companies. And today you pick up any flight, any time of the day, during 24 hours during the airport visit, you will see that there is definitely a huge backlog which has come up in that sector. Similarly, I see that a lot of these initiatives and of Make in India and things that are happening across, there is going to be a huge dearth, and we will see some times, like 30 years ago, in the port sector, we used to see huge waiting times, and vessels had to wait for a long time. there would be sudden surge if we don't do anything about it. Maharashtra, Vadhavan, definitely we are all very keen, very bullish on that journey of Maharashtra, which is going to happen at Vadhavan. We also are keen to play our role in that development journey, and definitely putting it together, this JNPA and Vadhavan, they are going to add a lot of value, economic value. And see, when I move a box from my port or any port in the country, I see that box, that there is a back-end industry which is located somewhere in India, and that back-end industry is manufacturing something, is importing something, and that box movement which we are doing for them, that definitely gives a lot impetus to the economy. And I also see somewhere that there's $650 billion plus of reserves that India is sitting on record. Definitely the ports, container ports, other ports, they have played their role in this journey, and we should always look at how we can bring in efficiencies which allow India to export huge quantities, because we are on the cusp of also becoming a manufacturing hub, and all these things put together. And Maharashtra and Mumbai specifically is definitely positioned to it. But as rightly was mentioned in this forum, the southeast of Maharashtra is something definitely policymakers should look at it and how we can make better use of it. We also operate one port under MMB at Dighi, but we are struggling with difficulties of connectivity, because smooth connectivity is very important when we actually look at developing any port. But invariably, port has to come first, and the back-end industries will definitely develop as the logistics possibilities emerge. And that is how I look at Maharashtra. So it's Gujarat, then now Maharashtra definitely has got a huge opportunity in terms of port-led economic development. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Coming to you, Mr. Jubu, we've talked about Vadhavan, we've talked about connectivity, port-led. I think the thing that really excites me is technology and how technology can transform all of this put together. So your thoughts in terms of how the tech revolution, you manage a terminal, how is that changing the landscape and what it means for Maharashtra?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. The technology has changed dramatically, if you ask me, since the containerization started way back. Even if you take the example of JNPA, we started somewhere early, late 1980s. From there to now, it has changed considerably. If you see worldwide, in a terminal, basically you look at what? You basically look at the turnaround of ships, trucks and trains faster, make it the lowest possible. And second one is also to see that the cost is, and most important thing is the predictability and consistency. If you see in the recent time, we have got many geopolitical situations which emerge. Because of that, the ships may not be calling you on time. So are you ready for such interventions, like when you have got those difficulties, are you able to tie your operations properly at that time? So today, autonomous cranes, for example, the critical equipments or otherwise critical asset in a port is the key cranes, the yard cranes, and basically the trucks which are used in Bedouin for movement of containers within the port. When you have a smart port, the autonomous driving is almost already there. This industry already has fully automated or almost fully automated key cranes, fully automated yard cranes, internal trucks, it's only fully automated, and it's all fully autonomous. Now with the machine learning and other AI prospects, now the data which is getting generated, you should be able to use it for proper analytics. Suppose if you are able to combine this, you can make this internal movement more predictable, more consistent. At the same time, this does not end there. Like for example, in DP World, what we have done is we have actually developed something, the end-to-end logistics. So much more is happening outside the gate. So how you actually optimize the route optimization and other aspects, and even your tracking and tracing, you have got quite a lot of IoTs being used in everything. But is it being brought together into one database? Are you able to monitor it? Are you able to analyze and take greater insights to optimize your capacity? You know, its capacity is expensive. Suppose if I buy a key crane, it costs something like $12 million. Utilizing it to the fullest extent, at the same time seeing that the operations are safe, those stuff are important. So you need to bring in condition monitoring. Even from the engineering perspective, things have changed from the earlier preventive maintenance to more like predictive maintenance. You have these IoTs and sensors installed in most of the cranes now. In DP World, all the key cranes across India has got these sensors installed for critical parts on the cranes, on the key crane. Now this data is getting generated from all the key cranes across India, and we are putting it to AI. And we are able to predict a potential breakdown much before it happens. We always used to change, for example, the oil in our car, let us say in 5,000 kilometers or so many hours of running. Now things have changed. Maybe that oil is not good to use after 2,000 kilometers of running because of some contamination. So these things are all checked, and then if it is to be changed, you better change it at 2,000 kilometers before that old crane breaks down. Because if it breaks down and if you have to mobilize a critical part, it takes long time. So that means the crane is not available, meaning that you will default on your vessel turnaround, and then the whole chain starts. So you should be able to, so I think Vadavan, when it starts, all this technology, at least for and it keeps changing. It is not that it's going to be stationary anywhere, but you do have autonomous cranes, you do have the AI and the ML. JNPA is already talking about digital twin, so probably that is something which we are sure that will come, which will help each of the operators to analyze. And I'm sure that cyber security in the whole context, you cannot undermine its importance, because you can have the best of the best technology and the software is in place, but suddenly somebody can really create havoc in your system. So making sure that when you use these IoTs and all of it from day one, we are very, very selective and cautious in implementing stuff, and making sure that it is something somebody will not hijack in the middle. So,
no, great points. I think reference was made about ULIP. I've been closely involved with that, and also with NLP Marine. I see the real opportunity for the public sector is to digitize trade flows, and I think Maitri Wag sir is actually involved in that. And the opportunity to reduce cost, logistics cost was talked about through technology, is so tremendous. And I think that's the real role of the state and also the center. So, in addition to operational efficiency. Coming over to you, Amber, the private sector, the entity that's trying to make a change, can you tell us in terms of, private sector participation is a given priority for Government of India and Government of Maharashtra. As your organization, how are you trying to bring that agenda forward?
Of course, thanks Mihir. I think modern ways of financing is much needed, be it any sector, be it ports, be it healthcare, be it infrastructure or IT. ECA, insurance credit finance, is not relatively a new term for the world, but for government integration it is quite new. While Maharashtra is aiming at a part of 1 trillion economy where we contribute around 14% of the national GDP, we started inventing this ECA wheel last year, to the extent that we have started talking with the Netherlands ECA, we have started talking with the Poland ECA and all, and there they understood from the investor per se, the financial institutes from the European market does require a low risk environment where they can invest at the low risk. And as a project integrator or as a project owner, we would want an environment where we have the low cost of capital coming in. So, and greatly if I give you a minute example where we delivered India's, rather country's first ECA program in Pune Municipal Corporation, where we have raised around 50 million euros, where we are delivering and delivered to, and where we are delivering about 500 plus bedded multi-speciality hospitals, purely based on the ECA financing model, right? So there, this ECA comes with lot of advantages for the state per se, right? Just to give you a very widespread example for the Pune Municipal Corporation, the autonomous corporations across the Maharashtra, which is owned by the state government, has incredibly great financial capacity. Just for the sake of Pune Municipal Corporation, if I have to say, they have a yearly budget of around 10,000 crores, right? With this kind of financial credibility, with this kind of profit and loss statements with the autonomous corporations there, we were able to convince the ECA from Netherlands, which is predominantly an Atradius, which is 100% Dutch subsidiary of a Dutch government. So they call it Dutch state business, and then basically they did underwrite the whole transition for the first investment, which we did on a DBFOT PPP basis. And then, the investment started, and then all things goes. What I also got superbly impressed with this ECA financing structure for the state is they not only underwrite your capital risk, but they also underwrite your political risk. So 98% of the political risk has been covered by Atradius per se, and then 95% of the financial risk has also been covered by these ECA agencies. I was fortunate enough to be a part of a delegation which I led with Honorable COMMB and Honorable Minister of Ports Nitesh Ji in the month of April, where we have visited a lot of these financial institutes across the Europe. We visited Invest International, we visited ING, we visited Kuke, and a lot of other companies as well, including Port of Rotterdam and Damin, of course. All these institutes are willing to invest in the state of Maharashtra on the DPOT basis. All they wanted to know about the environment which we are creating. So, answering you, we are today requesting government to come across with a full-fledged ECA-based investment policy, through which all these financial institutes can be a part of Maharashtra's development growth, and also at the same time a private stakeholders, the great companies across the state, can be the execution and the concessionary for implementing all those projects. I think this would open a new era for the investment in terms of the PP and the DPFOT kind of structures.
Thanks, Amar. I think one of the interesting things that you mentioned on the sidelines is that the ECA financing that you was talking about came without a sovereign guarantee, which to me,
yes.
is
it took us a little while to convince the ECA partners, but yes, the project risk has been underlined by the government autonomous body, or maybe the Ministry of Finance, or maybe the bodies which are at the local level, and again, the second level recourse guarantees has been given by the concessionary. So that's where it has given the more kind of environment to the financial institutes to invest.
Perfect. Thanks, Amber. Mr. Wagh, I'll come to you. You did touch upon the green part of Vadhavan, but as JNPA, you've been torchbearer in terms of sustainability. So thoughts in terms of that agenda and how green is Vadhavan going to be?
As I mentioned, the Vadhavan will be a completely green project since inception. As far as ports are concerned, the major issue with the carbon neutrality is the tugs. So rest of the things, all the Indian ports are now becoming green. As far as JNPA is concerned, we have this Harit Sagar policy. So the government of India has laid a clear guidelines what we are supposed to do. And also MIV 2030 says that 30% of our energy should be green. As far as JNPA is concerned, we already achieved that milestone, and within a year we will have 100% of our electricity is a green. All the trucks, the key to yard trucks movement, which is a diesel, now we started from last August converting them into e-trucks. And all my terminal operators, Jibu is here, they are on board, and now we have already set up the battery charging and battery swapping mechanism. And within 2 years, all that diesel trucks will be converted into EVs, electrical trucks. So, and we have already floated tender for 2 trucks to be electrical trucks, because that technology is not proven one, and that is a very critical infrastructure. Herein by one important company, Ocean Sparkle, so he understands that better. The Kandla port has gone for these tugs they have ordered, and we have floated tender for 2 tugs. And as far as the JNPS area, we have 34% of area under green cover, and we have decided to increase it to the 40%. So except those tugs which are using the fossil fuel, rest of the infrastructure is totally green. Because that technology is not proven one, because that is a critical infrastructure as far as port is concerned. So that's why we are not bullish on that, but we have started. And I am quite hopeful that within a year, when that technology is proven, then we can shift to green tugs totally. So in sustainability, what milestones set by the government of India, JNPA achieved that, and we are far ahead of that. And as far as Vadhavan is concerned, we are decided to go for the complete green port since inception.
Perfect. So, in my conversations with the industry, when it comes to sustainability, ultimately it's a dollar impact. It has to have commercial sense. And if you look at all Government of India initiatives on sustainability, they are mandated. There is a support from that. And I think that's from a policy perspective, I think that's a very important thing for Maharashtra to really see as to how they can mandate and drive the sustainability agenda through the policy itself. So just driving that, Mr. Roy, coming to you, you've been on both sides and many sides, and you've seen private sector development really take off in the port sector. From Maharashtra's perspective, what do you think should really be, the policy obviously has focus on PPPs, but in your view, a couple of recommendations which will really kickstart that animal spirit there, so to say.
You see, most of the triple P policies in the shipping sector have been from the late 90s, and we have gradually seen an evolution from development of terminals or mechanization of terminals, from a revenue share model to a royalty model, from a fixed tariff model to a free tariff model. So you have seen the entire movement coming across. But what is most interesting, the latest developments that we are seeing is movement towards a plug and play kind of a port. In the sense that when new ports are coming up, the basic infrastructure of breakwater and fairway development or the channel development, these are now being done by the port authorities or the concessioning authority, and you are supposed to come in and develop a terminal or set up the berth site, which is at a lower cost. I think that is the way things are moving ahead, and I think this concept of a plug and play port has already been started by Andhra Pradesh. So they have, kind of set up 3 ports there, which they build the breakwaters and did the fairway development. So that is a very interesting model, and that is where I think the future of, immediate port development can come up. Because otherwise, expecting a private investor to come in because port development, I think, Mr. Wah can vouch for it, it's a pretty expensive affair. And in the end analysis, you have to have cargo to justify it. So I always give this example in Paradip Port. It was set up in 1966. The first ton was handled in 1966. It took 30 years in 1996 to touch 10 million. It took another 15 years to touch 50. So in 2011, it became 50. And it took only 7 years or 6 to 7 years to touch 100. So what I am trying to say is that you have to wait for a huge length of time. It's a very long gestation period. Someone has to take up and move into this concept of a plug and play port.
I think that's a reference, therefore, then to look at newer ways to engage with the private sector, share risk in a very different way. There's a classic analogy that I have, because I drive aviation also. India added 700 aircrafts, in the last 40 years. It'll add another 700 in the next 5 years. So, evolution over the years has changed, and therefore the private sector partnership models have to also evolve, I say. Mr. Shah, to you, as Adanis, you are across the value chain, port, logistics, etc. And somebody used the term beyond the gate. And I think that's how the entire world is changing. Every port operator is looking beyond the gate. How do you see the importance from a state perspective of ensuring end-to-end logistics efficiency for making Maharashtra a very, very competitive maritime state?
Interesting question. So I'll just share what we have done, and then I'll come to what Maharashtra can take a clue from and do. Mundra, as our flagship first port, we started with the port development, and then we went on to add railway lines. We developed private road. So there was the kind of urgency was there, wherein lot of work which the state government should have done, because in our urgency we did it ourselves, so we moved on, and those connectivities now help in the easier access for customers. The customers can easily approach for end-to-end solution to us. Then when government was in 2006 privatizing the container trains, we were the first to secure that license, and we also run our trains, and then we have developed our ICDs in the northern India. So this entire end-to-end value chain, that is slowly and gradually we have been into that for to customers to have single point of contact, and of course save on the total logistics cost. So here in Maharashtra also, Mumbai, as if I say specifically, JNPA, a lot of things have improved over the last few years that I have been observing it closely. There has been ease of access, because see, maximum wastage occurs when the turnaround time of a vehicle is increased. So if your touch points are reduced, and you get seamless entry and exit from any port, that is what. So maximum time, even our senior management used to spend earlier, was on how we can improvise the turnaround time, both of the vessel as well as of the trucks or rakes, which call the port. So fortunately for JNPA, it has improved. We have understood from Mr. Wagh that this in Vadwan, this is going to be more better, and also we understood that leveraging technology, we are going to improvise this efficiency, and when this improves, it definitely that 13% logistics cost also has to come down, because we must understand that India is an exporter of low priced CIF value commodities, low FOB value commodities, and lot of it becomes unviable when your logistics costs are high. So these are the ideas that we must touch upon. One important aspect, which since everybody is from port is here, I would like to leave an idea. Of course, this needs a lot of more deliberations, but just a final idea if I would like to give on this is, so far, like any port auctions or anything that we do or bidding process that we run through, invariably goes through your H1 revenue share or H1 royalty or H1 lease rentals and things like that. So if we can also look at, because that price is derived already, there is a price, rentals are derived. Now if we can look at to conduct a bidding in terms of volume somebody gives, in terms of turnaround somebody gives, and then that entire bidding process can happen in a way wherein somebody, because there is a MGT, but MGT is always set at a very lower level just to make sure that this is. So this is one idea I believe that can transform a lot of things in a place like Mumbai, which is always congested for land, which has got shortage of resources, warehouses, roads, whatever you speak about. So this is one thing which can be very useful for Maharashtra.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just conscious of the screen telling me it's time's up, but I think you'll have to bear with us for another 5 minutes or so. So over to you, Jibo, in terms of, green. I know I really look up to DP in terms of sustainability agenda. And so how are you really reducing your carbon footprint? What are the initiatives? Just being conscious of the time.
Yeah. So basically, in DP world, what we have set the target for ourselves was like to reduce our carbon emission compared to 2019 benchmark by 28% by 2030, and carbon neutral by 2040, and net zero by 2050. And we also now recently also had upgraded that target to say that scope 1 and scope 2, we will reduce it by 42% by 2030 compared to 2022. So it's a very aggressive this thing. So we are taking many efforts to actually in this particular area. One is being electrification and also efficiency improvement with respect to our operations. Second being process. It's where the real killer is. Like you have process improvements as well as the digitization wherever required. Then third one is going for renewable energy. And fourth one, I would say that we are looking at alternate fuels, like hydrogen and methanol and other stuff like which we could use for heavy consuming critical assets. Then, of course, that there would be still something left, where carbon emission would be there, which needs to be compensated probably through blue carbon, this thing. Because even if you see that the recent studies or the effort towards is to see that the ocean can contribute substantially in reducing the carbon emissions. So probably that would be one area, or otherwise carbon credits and stuff like that, to ensure that by 2050 you do have, there are some substantial efforts also being taken. For example, one of the area where quite a lot of this carbon emission happens is in yard, where you do quite a lot of unproductive move in yards. We are familiar, like for the last so many years, we always had been seeing yard operations with RTGCs, that is rubber-tired gantry cranes or RMGCs and stuff like that. DP World has developed, which I am not taking time, but you can even go through YouTube, you can see that it's called something called the box bay. That is like a racking system, like how you use it in a warehouse. What does it mean is like you are doing zero unproductive move. And more importantly, in one box bay setup, you can reduce the land requirement to almost 1/3. So you require only 1/3 of the space. And it is absolutely self-sufficient, self-sustainable electrical this thing. So the RTGCs basically go off. So you basically operate like a warehouse on a stacking. So these are all efforts. It's a patented product, but I think it is not under POC. POC we did for 1 million moves, and we found it, and also with the AGVs, that is automated this thing. And quite substantially, we have done the POC with 1 million moves, which I said. Now it is being implemented in some of our other ports as well. So these are all major initiatives which are there. And of course, ocean, that's blue carbon also.
Thank you. Excellent. So, Amrit, to you as the last question. All the gentlemen talked about growth, etc., but without the perfect workforce, it won't be possible. The Honorable Minister talked about 7,000 people, and I think you are driving that initiative. So, could you please share what you're doing on this workforce for maritime sector?
Sure, Mihir. Actually, you said you can borrow 5 minutes, and I'm not sure how much I should have now. So I'll try to conclude as fast as I can, because I'm sure there is a less time. So, as an holistic investment group working closely with the Honorable Chief Minister's office, we are trying to integrate about 6 to 7 ITI colleges across the state. Because now we have the stakeholders, we have the big players, we have the government on the other side, but where are the skill force, right? and each and every person cannot join the job, join the a company and take the on-job training. So IDEA has incepted when Department of Skill has come up with a GR for skill development policy for integrating all the existing ITI colleges across the state, where we emphasizing to undertake about 7 colleges across Pune, Mumbai, Konkan and Nashik, where we are going to train the secondary and the tertiary manpower across the state who will work as a workforce with all these masters across, right? More importantly to say, all this concept has been initiated by Honorable Sharad Wagh sir, Chairman JNPT, where he called me one day midnight and he said, okay Amber, the things are going, we are developing Vadwan, there are a lot of ports which are coming in, but we want to do something for the secondary and tertiary youth of the state, because that is where we are looking it out. So we are designing at this particular moment with the association of MMB and the JNPT. We are at process to design the ITI first ever course for the state of Maharashtra, which will train the secondary and tertiary manpower across the youth of the state through 1 year curriculum, 6 months curriculum and 2 years curriculum of course, with 100% on-job guarantee, where we are incubating about 100 crore rupees. Out of that, the term sheet credit approvals has already been done. We are under process to do all the financial and all the other compliances done, and I'm very sure in another 2 months of time, we will take this up. Mihir.
No, excellent. I think you mentioned about secondary and tertiary, and I think that really is the area. So, and I don't think, I have not seen any state actually trying to do and partner with the ITI setup which is already there. So fantastic, really, really great.
But a few more seconds, I would request all the players, once we design this course, to come up with their specific requirements in terms of what they're looking out. Because we don't want to emphasize and design the most traditional courses for the people, right?
Correct.
So they should come across to us on a similar dials with a lot of ideas and what they expect from the secondary and tertiary manpower.
Excellent. Very good. You used the right opportunity to pitch your...
Thanks, Mihir.
So I think, fantastic inputs, and I hope that you all, got some, additional insight that you were not aware of. But I think if I were to summarize all of it, I think making Maharashtra competitive, green, smart, and more importantly, inclusive. I think that's broadly the thing that we talked about. And give both the sector a Gati and Shakti, as I always say. It's a fantastic time right now for the sector. You're at the right place. Thank you very much for patient listening. If we have time for 5 minutes for Q&A, otherwise, I think we are all done for the day. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, panel members.
Thank you for guiding us through that conversation. And if I could please ask the CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board, Pradeep sir, to please felicitate each of our gentlemen with a special token of our appreciation, a special memento to cherish the moment. A lot of rich insights and very tangible takeaways have emerged as a result of this conversation. Valuable insights that we all take back with us. All right, and if I could ask our Power Pack panel to please gather for a photo op here at the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. Thank you, gentlemen. If we could have all of our panelists and Pradeep sir kindly please take your seats back in the audience. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Lovely insights. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Maharashtra's maritime sector has lofty ambitions ahead. I think that much is evidently clear. And among that long list of ambitions, the state aims to shoulder 1/3 of India's shipbuilding targets. That's by the end of the decade, by 2030. So this, of course, requires many things, including a self-sustaining ecosystem. And Maharashtra has become the first state nationwide to frame a dedicated policy framework focused on shipbuilding, ship repair, and ship recycling specifically. That in and of itself calls for a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So to tell us more about what that agenda entails, please join me in welcoming the CEO of the Maharashtra Maritime Board, Shri Pradeep P. Huge round of applause once again, sir. I ask that you approach the dais and address our August gathering.
Good afternoon, all. As it was said, Maharashtra has been the first state to have an independent shipbuilding policy, the Shipbuilding, Ship Repair and Ship Recycling Policy 2025. As we all know, Maharashtra has been the mainstay of Indian economy. It contributes to about 13% of India's GDP. It has excellent maritime infrastructure, 2 major ports, third one under development, and has robust connectivity infrastructure with Western Dedicated Freight Corridor, a part of Maharashtra. And also we have large manufacturing hub with industrial corridors and clusters. See, Government of India has been taking a lot of initiatives to promote shipbuilding. Shipbuilding has been a focus area for Government of India with the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Policy introduced in 2016. The Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Maritime Amrit Kaal Vision 2047, they underline, emphasize that about 25 to 30% of cost disadvantage is what India's shipbuilding industry has with respect to the top shipbuilding countries like China, Japan and South Korea, which together account for about 95% of the global shipbuilding output. And these cost disadvantages are classified or premised into something like, one is high finance costs, then lack of skilled manpower, lack of R&D facilities, designs, and all these things. So to address that, Government of India has been taking a lot of initiatives. Some of them have been put here. One is that the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Policy version 2 has been announced in the Union Budget. It has about 14 to 13% assistance on sale of each vessel. Apart from that, to address the issue of the high cost of funds, a Maritime Development Fund of 25,000 crores has been announced in the Union Budget to provide the low-cost long-term finance. Then we have basic customs duty exemption on raw materials, components and consumables, which has been extended now. And infrastructure status has been given to the ships and shipyards, large ships and shipyards. Maharashtra likes to contribute to the India's vision for shipbuilding output. And we know that under the Maritime India Vision 2030, India aspires to be in the top 10 in terms of shipbuilding output and wants to have a 0.5 million GT of shipbuilding output by 2030. And as per the Maritime Amrit Kaal Vision 2047, India aspires to be in the top 5 in terms of shipbuilding output and aspires to have a 4 million gross tonnage of capacity, shipbuilding capacity. Maharashtra envisions to contribute at least 1/3 of this shipbuilding target of India, which is about 0.17 million GT by 2030 and 1.35 million GT by 2047. See, Maharashtra, the Shipbuilding, Ship Repair and Ship Recycling Policy of 2025 has been made to supplement the efforts of Government of India. As you know, the MIB 2030 and MIB 2047, as I already mentioned, they talk about 25 to 30% of cost disadvantage. So our policy, supplementing with the Government of India initiatives, aims to address this cost disadvantage. The policy is premised on 6 pillars. One is well-defined development models for shipyards. Second is the fiscal stimulus for the shipyards. Third is enabling infrastructure for the shipyards in terms of rail, road connectivity and utilities. Fourth is the skilling initiatives, promotion for skilling initiatives, and then the promotion for research and development. And one thing which is usually a problem with any port project or along the coastline has been the approvals, environmental and other regulatory approvals. So the coordination of the regulatory approvals to streamline these approvals and to make them as fast as possible. So the well-defined development models are 3 development models. One is the shipbuilding clusters, which will be marine shipbuilding clusters, which will be developed by MMB itself, wherein the enabling infrastructure will be given by MMB. And the second model is where the existing or upcoming ports will be encouraged to have shipyards within their premises, if possible, if they wish to. And the third are the standalone shipyards, which can be taken up by the project proponents. So in the marine shipyard clusters, the design and development will be done by MMB. Land allocation will be done based on the land acquisition, allocation, development will be done based on plug and play model. And the shipyard development will be done by the project proponent. Whereas in the upcoming ports or existing ports, the shipyard development will be done by the existing port operators. They can also enter into a JV with others for shipbuilding. And in the standalone shipyards, again, the land allocation will be done by MMB, which is basically the government land and the ITZ land. The private has to be acquired by the private project proponents. And the shipyard development has to be done by the project proponents. So this is where I would like to say that this is a most simplified incentive structure, easy to understand, easy to implement. Instead of having a multiplicity of incentives, we are saying we'll give 15% of the project cost as the capital subsidy. And the most differentiating factor is that in many other incentives when we see, it is after the project completion the incentive is given. But here we are saying during project execution itself, it will be given in 4 equal installments, that is after completion of every 25% of the project, against a bank guarantee of course. So we really feel that this will help in addition to 14% under SBFAP given by Government of India for sale of each vessel, plus then 15% given under this policy. That together account to nearly 24 to 30% of the cost of disadvantage will be addressed under by these two when they come together. That is what we feel. Next, we are trying to address the skilling and R&D issues which have been identified. We have said that any shipyard or any other entity which is interested in developing or implementing a skilling or R&D facility, they will be provided a capital subsidy of up to 5 crores or 60% of project cost, whichever is lower. Similarly, with respect to any shipyard which comes here and wants to upscale, reskill, upskill their employees, they will be paid up to 50% of that cost or 1 crore every year for 5 years. So we also identified the marine shipyard cluster, 6 locations have been identified, wherein the total developable land will be between 1,000 to 3,000 acres and waterfront from 1 kilometer to 3 kilometers, and the proposed depth availability will be about 14 meters, the final depth availability. So we are in the process of shortlisting 1 or 2 of these locations and then preparation of DPR for these locations. Similarly, we have already identified standalone shipyard locations. And this study was instituted and we have taken it from CRISIL. CRISIL has done this study and based on which a policy has been notified. The standalone shipyard locations were identified 11, again where the depth is available, waterfront is there, developable land is there. And in addition to this, these locations, project proponents can propose any location of their choice if they find it suitable for their project. So we earnestly hope that this policy will set the stage for and make Maharashtra and enable Maharashtra to contribute meaningfully to the shipbuilding targets of MIV 2030 and MAQV 2047. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep sir, for that comprehensive overview. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we just heard CEO sir allude to, if Maharashtra aims to shoulder at least 1/3 of India's shipbuilding targets by the year 2030, a long to-do list, of course, lies ahead. And what does that to-do list include? Well, more specifically, it's an extremely urgent need to develop skilled manpower. It's the need to invest heavily in R&D, as we just heard Pradeep sir mention. And most importantly, it's to support and to enable the entire end-to-end shipbuilding ecosystem. So, of course, it's all easier said than done. So the question then becomes, how are the domain experts, the subject matter experts, the industry heavyweights, how are they thinking about these challenges, both in the short term as well as the long term? Well, to tackle this very topic, fortunately, we are joined by a highly coveted panel of industry heavyweights next. And to navigate us through the discussion, as Mihir so beautifully did just a few moments ago, it's my honor and pleasure to please invite on stage Shri Jagannarayan Padmanabhan, the Director and Global Head at CRISIL, to lead us through the discussion, sir. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'd like to welcome our industry experts who, very frankly, join us from all corners of the globe. That's right. We have with us Mr. Rutger van Dam of Damen Shipyards. It's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. We're honored to have you grace the occasion. Shri Rajneesh Khandelwal, CEO of JM Bakshi Marine Services, also joins us. Welcome, sir. Mr. Steve Davis, Technical Director of Haskening, is also with us. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Amaya Pratap Singh, Managing Director at Yoga Yatan Group, is also among us. Pleasure to have you. And with that, our final panelist is Commodore Anil Jai Singh, Senior Vice President, ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems India. Pleasure, sir. Thank you. And with that, Jagannarayan sir, the floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to moderate this particular discussion, and more so it's in the area of shipbuilding, ship repair, and ship recycling. It's not just a sector for the shipping and ports. It's also extremely intertwined with the manufacturing sector. And Maharashtra is such a perfect place to that extent to capitalize on this particular opportunity which is there. And we just saw on what are the kind of vision that has been set up by Maharashtra government and also at the India level of what the potential which is there. One or two aspects is that it's not something new. If you look at ship recycling, India is placed as the number 2 in the world as far as ship recycling is concerned. And while we do lag behind on the shipbuilding and the ship repair part of it, ship recycling is something which is there. So now we've seen what's the broad vision, and also must say probably this is one of those sectors where the policy has been put upfront with a commitment from the government of not only the capital subsidy. Another important aspect as far as the policy is concerned, those 6 clusters which have been called out, the investment for developing that cluster, a significant part of it will be coming in from the government also. So I think that's really putting the horse ahead of the cart and asking it to really run ahead. Okay. So I'll start from, given this context, from the international perspective, what do you think is the real prospects for India and also for Maharashtra in this particular area?
It's a good question, and it's a question that I cannot answer myself only, but obviously I have an idea what the prospect for India is. But all the nice things which are happening with regards of the policies which are being introduced, all the parties we saw with the previous panel which are going to contribute big time with regards to potential prospects. From a shipbuilding perspective and a ship repair perspective, and even from my personal ship recycling perspective, a prospect can be considered from each of these individual, let's say, working processes. But the prospect India has on itself is that it's going to be the next future, not only for shipbuilding, but I think in general in terms of economy. And in order to utilize that completely, it is very important that if India wants to play this big role, it needs to partner up with the international big guys, not only to learn, but also to create commercial viability. Because I can mention any prospect in the world, in any industry, in any sector, but if we are not connecting the dots with regards to commercial viability, it will never work in the long term. So as an example, I always tell to everywhere where we speak is that it's not only about an industry, but it's very important that we are connecting the right partner, like, for example, the Damen Group, or like another shipbuilder, which is also here, together with their commercial team. What kind of prospects are they getting in? And in the beginning, we will get some prospects in from our own network. Within 5 to 10 years, as the policy of Mr. Pradeep is saying very clearly, they want to be a global leader, which means that it's not only with the big market leaders right now, but also with the upcoming future of India itself. And in order to do so, from the beginning onwards, they need to invest not only in the skilled laborers, but also in the commercial attractiveness and the commercial outreach from, let's say, the country itself, and maybe the new companies, like, for example, Squareports, where we are working with together. If they are following up or following our footsteps, then that means basically that they can do it themselves, which indirectly benefits us as well. So it's a difficult question, but I guess that is the most important, commercial viability.
Excellent. Maybe I can have that with Mr. Khandelwal. What as you see from an Indian player being in India and also having significant presence in the port ecosystem, how do you see this opportunity panning out?
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start off with complimenting the Maharashtra Maritime Board for organizing this, because the timing for this could not have been apt. Today, in terms of shipbuilding, I want to build up a Supramax, and the waiting time at shipyards around the world is at least 3 years. You go for a bigger ship, you're talking of a Capesize and a VL, and the waiting time is almost about 4 years. So the timing is very, very apt, and the opportunity for India and Maharashtra to get into shipbuilding could not have been better. If I were to break it into basic as to why I'm saying so, if I were to substantiate my statement, I'll take you back, say about 20 years back, that decade from 2000 to 2010, when shipbuilding was at its boom. Capesizes were selling at more than $100 million a ship, and a VLCC was selling at $140, $150 million. The prices of those are half today. So there was a boom at that time because there was not enough capacity. The ships which were built at that time, a ship has an average life of 20 to 25, 30 years, depending on the type of ship. The ships which were built in the decade of 2000 to 2010 are due for scrapping, for recycling. So you will soon see those ships going out of economic life, and you require new ships. And when I say the waiting time today is 3 to 4 years, because there are not enough shipyards around the world. So there's the opportunity that is there for shipbuilding. Now this I'm talking about the international scenario. Even if you just try to target the Indian ship owning market, we have in India about 14 million GT, roughly 1,540 ships. Average age of Indian fleet today is 18 year plus. More than 45% of Indian ships are more than 20 year old. Another 12% is between the age bracket of 15 to 20 years. So you have almost 60% of India's fleet is due for recycling in the next 5 to 10 years. Now that's the market that's available. Now we in Maharashtra, if we have a shipyard, we walk down to the Indian National Ship Owners Association and say, here's a shipyard which is here in our country, why don't you build up your ships over here? I do agree with your point. You need technical collaboration because the learning curve is pretty long. You don't learn building a ship in 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years. We can have collaboration with international partners. So there are 900 ships of India which are due for replacement in the next 10 years. Maybe 20% of that can be targeted to be built in India. Let's have a technological collaboration with some foreign shipyards. Hyundai Heavy Industries, the largest ship builder in the world, has a facility of building ships in Vietnam. Why can't they have one in India? So that's the way to go forward it. And this, what I'm talking about, is just the replacement tonnage. The Indian flag today, let's not forget, the Indian flag today is catering only to 6% of our overseas trade. So we have incremental tonnage too. So that's a huge, huge market. To sum up, yes, there's a huge opportunity for shipbuilding in India.
Excellent.
Can I
Sure,
add
please.
one important part? Is I fully agree with what you're saying, and if to make it more commercially attractive also is why do Indian ship owners usually buy their ship in Japan or in Korea or in China? One of them is expertise, fully agreed, but one of them also is financing. Their way of financing is so attractive that means they want to buy it with them. So then coming back to what Mr. Ambarayada was saying in the previous panel discussion, the ECA financing is a well-known subject in those areas in order to make it attractive. And what we are now working on, and also what Mr. Pradeep is including into the policies, is that this way of financing will make, for the local companies, ship financing more attractive.
Yeah, if I can just do a bit of a plug-in there. One is the financing, and as we saw before, there's a capital subsidy which is there about 15% on top of what Government of India is giving of close to about 14%. So, yeah, both of it go hand in hand. While on the commercial ship, we saw what's the kind of opportunity which is there. We have had good success on the defense part of it. And Mr. Singh, while you have extensive experience in this particular area of, I have to be very clear, this is Commodore Singh, so no, I don't put the other Singh in a spot here. Yeah, so Commodore, on the defense part of it, and what is the way that success has happened there, and what can we learn from that for the commercial shipping part of it?
Thank you very much for having me at this summit. I think it's a very useful platform to understand the entire perspective of India's maritime future, not only related to shipbuilding or ports. Warship building has in fact been one of the success stories of the Indian maritime landscape. We started building ships in India about 5 decades ago. And just to make a mention, yesterday I was reading the shipbuilding policy of the Maharashtra government, and I was a little surprised to find that the existing capacity and capability that exists in the state finds very little mention in that. Particularly, and I'm referring here to a shipyard which is less than 20 kilometers from here, Mazagon Docks. Mazagon Docks Limited today is one of India's oldest shipyards. India used to be master shipbuilders before the Industrial Revolution. This is a follow-on of that. But Mazagon Docks today is the leading shipbuilder in the country, without a doubt. They are the only ones who build destroyers, large frigates, and of course submarines. So the defense shipbuilding sector, not only this, the other shipyards as well, but I'm just looking at Maharashtra at the moment. I think we must leverage the strengths that MDL brings to the table to create our shipbuilding ecosystem in Maharashtra. To me, shipbuilding, I personally think, is a strategic sector. It's not recognized as such by the government. It's barely managed to find mention in the infrastructure sector now. Because if India, and we've all talked about trade and ports in the previous session, India is aspiring to be a 5 trillion economy in a couple of years from now. A 10 trillion economy maybe a few years later than that, and a 30 trillion economy by 2047. Already 95% of India's trade travels over the sea. 80% of our oil and gas comes over the sea. Imagine the exponential increase that will take place in the next 5, 7, 10, 20 years. Are we catering from that, firstly from a port development perspective, which apparently we are with programs like Sagarmala and the Maharashtra Maritime Board programs, but are we also doing that in shipbuilding? Mr. Khandelwal just brought out the state of our private, our merchant marine. 18 ships, 18 to 20 years old, will be phased out soon. As it is, we carry only 6% of our trade on Indian bottoms. This is a strategic sector. India is very strategically vulnerable when 90% of its trade comes over the sea. The Navy can do what it has to do to protect this trade, but this trade has to travel. And we have to ensure that we have a larger share of Indian bottoms carrying our trade. Because when push comes to shove and insurance premiums go up because of a volatile geopolitical situation, the foreign companies are not going to come to India. If you remember the Iran-Iraq war, we were not, even the tanker war was at its peak. SCI was operating its tankers irrespective of the threats they faced. A couple of them got attacked. But we managed to keep our oil flows going because we had Indian bottoms which were carrying them. So I think that is a very important aspect. We must understand that we not only have to cater for enhancing our present capacity, we have to cater for replacing our current capacity and enhancing it at the same time. So we really need to put a lot of focus on shipyards. Which brings me to the other part about What kind of shipyards do we need? What kind of shipyards are we going to build? Are we trying to compete with the Chinese? Are we going to try and compete with the Koreans? Are we trying to compete with the Japanese huge VLCCs? Perhaps that's not the market we should be targeting because they're already well established there. Perhaps we should be looking at slightly smaller ships, green ships, creating a niche sector where people come to India for those ships to be built. Even an Indian ship owner is not going to build a ship in India if it's not, if it doesn't make business sense to him. So it's just to say that, Indian ship owners will go to Indian shipyards. They will not go unless they have competitive shipbuilding available to them. So I think that's another fact. But coming back to the strategic sector that I was talking about, how can MDL contribute? How can the warship success story contribute? Because of the warship success story, we have a very vibrant ecosystem already prevalent in the country for shipbuilding. Whether it's in terms of electronics, whether it's in terms of hull fabrication, whether it's in terms of steel. Mumbai alone, between Mumbai and Pune, we have a very vibrant ecosystem already existing for shipbuilding. Because of just one shipyard, Mazagon Docks. With the present focus on Atmanirbharta, or self-reliance, defense is a key sector. More and more emphasis is being laid on making sure that Indian warships are built with Indian materials, Indian machinery, Indian equipment. And if not, then even if we have to partner with foreign companies, I represent ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems, they must come to India and either set up partnerships with Indian companies or build in India. So I think when this kind of push is coming from the government, we must capitalize on that. We must capitalize on ensuring that these benefits also pass on to the civilian, the commercial sector. Shipbuilding alone has a multiplier of 6. For every one job in the shipbuilding industry or in the shipyard, you create 6 jobs outside. So it's a huge economic asset that we have. So I think from that point of view, this is where we need to learn from our warship experience. It's been a success story and we must sort of translate that into our commercial shipbuilding sector as well.
Thank you. Very important point on saying that 1:6, the multiplier effect in terms of employment and similar would be the kind of investment output ratio which could happen. You talked about the why part of it and what's the potential. Steve, coming to you, the how and the where part of it, right? So, and we kind of saw the 6 locations which is there from a marine shipping cluster which has got identified, and how strategic and important is this in the overall planning and getting the shipbuilding and ship repair industry up and going. So from a site perspective, how is Maharashtra well placed to capture this particular opportunity?
Well, I think the issue of site selection needs to be thought of in terms of macro geography and micro geography. As we heard from Commodore Singh, a lot of it starts with saying, what is the area where we can really be world leading and efficient? So is it worth trying to replicate a Chinese shipyard in Maharashtra? Quite possibly not, because what we want to do is say, what are really the skills and strengths which are existing in India, in Maharashtra? How can we leverage them? And therefore, what sort of activities do we want to do? Once that's established, then we can say, okay, at the macro level, what are the regions with suitable hinterland that will support shipyard industry? In the last panel, we were hearing from Mr. Roy, who was talking about some of the challenges of the Konkan region with some of the physical connectivity issues. So then it's important to think about the sort of macro geography. Then we get down to the local issues, and that's where site selection will be looking at things like what is the impact of site selection on your capex, which is very important, but all of that has to be looked at once you've actually established what your market is, what industry you really want to tackle from a site. Mr. Pradeep was mentioning his opening talk, the options of having a cluster with a landlord option, shipyards in a port or standalone shipyards. The one that in some ways, I think is quite attractive in some ways is the cluster where you're really trying to get complementary industries coming together. I have experience of doing work in Dubai Maritime City, where you have a landlord facility with 2 ship lifts and about 40 dry berths, and around that you have a large number of shipyards, none of whom actually own the launching facilities. They just have the facilities to do their work. And they will specialize in different companies, different issues. So some companies may specialize in, say, the propeller shafting works, and some will specialize in the electrical works. So it all comes back to saying, what is the strength of that we can really leverage to make shipbuilding cost-effective and efficient in Maharashtra?
Excellent. Today it's all focus and what can be leveraged there for you to go forward. Maybe we'll come back on the connectivity and related aspects on the next part of it. So the big picture has been put across. Now the second, Mr. Singh, you are operating, the shipbuilding and ship repair part of it. So the nuts and bolts of having, in a way, dirtied your hands in this particular industry. How do you see this as a potential for going forward?
So, a couple of things that can be highlighted. One, with respect to shipbuilding, there's an ecosystem change happening, right, which other panelists have reflected on. The government is doing a lot on financing. Recently, I think DG Shipping has put out a DPR preparation report for insurance. There are incentives being given to ship owners to flag in India, especially to register in Gift City, where there are concessions. The government is also looking at setting up its own shipping line. So shipbuilding is part of this larger ecosystem change, which I agree with Sir. The rationale is that there should not be so much of a dependence, given geopolitical tensions, on external carriers, and we should be self-sufficient to some extent in that regard. So there's a lot of demand that's going to come. Also, it's not just the age, it's also that green transition. So regardless of the age, also a lot of vessels may go out of commission just because they need to be refit, or energy systems, engines, etc., ballast needs to be reworked in a significant way as those norms start kicking in. So to that extent, I think there's a big opportunity, and the policy does capture that to a large extent. One of the things that's not been focused on enough is that it's really being driven by economies of scale, which has been missing in Indian shipbuilding. We have a lot of good niche small shipyards doing a lot of good work in Gujarat, in Maharashtra, but because, as was being mentioned earlier, that network of specialists, vendors that need to exist in a particular place, it's not the shipyard really or a single commercial company that's the driving force behind each project. You have specialist vendors, engineering expertise that has to come to bear to make something efficient at scale. And cluster development is going to go a long way towards solving that. But it's not just that, there's a lot of emphasis in the existing policy on skill development. That's one of the things that's a major cost factor. Indian cost of labor is lower than other parts of the world. But that doesn't necessarily translate into productivity. It doesn't necessarily translate into lower shipbuilding costs. So if you just look at, rate per kg of fabrication and timeline of delivery, that's where we're still lagging. So even with the subsidy, the skill development policy is going to be, in my opinion, equally important to make sure that the workforce is not so informalized, that there are, strict production standards to which we expect Indian shipyards to live up to and to deliver. And finally, another thing that, especially for us, matters quite a lot is, for instance, we have a port in Bombay, now in Mumbai, and as per the new policy, we are able to revise our scope and start building ships using slipways, other facilities within the existing projects. So I think there's also an emphasis to unlock a lot of latent potential where, degree of investment would be lower than perhaps going greenfield and setting up a shipyard from scratch, where some of the infrastructure is already in place. You can unlock a lot of that, and Mumbai and Maharashtra especially have a lot of history of shipbuilding. So there is a lot of technical knowledge that is available in these waters, and I think the policy is the right step to be able to channelize that.
I'll do the follow-on question starting from you only. With this opening up and as incumbent out here in India, how do you see this as it an opportunity, or do you see it as a threat for yours or from the India players who are operating in India?
How do you mean threat?
With foreign collaborations and them coming in, do you see that you being outmaneuvered by them? Is it a threat for you?
I don't think so. I think even when foreign companies do come into India, they're looking for local partnerships that help them deal with India risk elements. So I think there could be a lot of synergies. Even there was a reference made earlier to Mazgaon Dock. Mazgaon Dock does a lot of technology transfer with foreign partners, especially, let's say, on nuclear submarines, on the Scorpion submarine deal for that matter. So I think there is a symbiotic relationship, and the market is big enough and the demand is big enough where everyone can coexist, learn from each other. I think foreign companies are looking to India to develop more capacity at competitive costs, and simultaneously Indian shipbuilders are looking abroad for technology transfer. So there's a lot of collaboration that can happen without necessarily being competitive.
And with respect to the whole China plus one and India being one, is that also playing out? And others can also in the panel talk about it. Is that something as an opportunity for us to then say that move beyond China and look at India as a potential place for shipbuilding and all of that?
Yeah, quickly on that, we don't even need to compete with China at the moment, right? Because there is so much of demand and such timelines. At the moment, we could just capitalize on this golden period to increase capacity before things really start getting competitive with the order book. But a lot of the Chinese cost advantage is state subsidies. I mean, that's a well-known secret, right? And at some point, we are expecting that to come down. And so naturally, we will also be competitive as time passes. We are the second largest steel manufacturer, which is a major input cost in shipbuilding. So those manufacturing advantages will also start playing in.
Thank you. Back to you, Roger. Any of this kind of conversation, the one critical element is on the sustainability part of it, right? And how do you think, and also it comes in the previous panel also we talked about, comes with a cost, right? So it's a new industry, anyways, in a way, bit cost, not so competitive, and with sustainability being roped in, how do you think that will plan out in this?
Sustainability definitely comes with a cost. As an example, a normal sailing ship on a diesel engine costs 10 million euros, and the electrical version costs double. So sustainability is amazing, but again, as I started in my initial answer to the first question, if it doesn't make commercial sense, why would you do it? It's good for the environment, for sure, but if it doesn't pay back, it will never work. So when I elaborated on the financing here is very important. And when we went to the Netherlands with Mr. Pradeep and Minister Rane and with Amber Ayade, when we showed all the, let's say, the banking possibilities, the financial possibilities, then when involving ECA financing, we are making a 20 million investment. Out of nowhere, we make it commercially viable. Because where traditional financing maybe has a payback period of 10 years, we can extend it to 20 years. Where traditional finance requires 30 or 40% down payment, we are reducing it to 15%. So all these options are available, and in the same time also stimulated by the ECAs or the local governments, which are providing these guarantees to the variety, to the different companies. So sustainability, yes, comes with a cost. And yes, it is a solution, but if you think from a financial point of view in a creative way, for sure it makes sense. On top of that, especially in Europe, you see that the CO2 taxes are coming in. You see that the fuel prices are, I would say, slowly rising every year. By being sustainable and reducing your emissions and therefore your fuel consumption, your business case becomes also better. But the initial investment remains higher, and therefore I stick to my answer that financing is a key element.
Sure. And it's capital intensive as well, so you can't shy away from finance. Mr. Khandelwal, with the shipbuilding policy in place, what are the specific areas you think the investments will be coming in the overall space?
Well, the policy that we just heard in the initial part of the session and the 5 points which Sir mentioned, honestly speaking, it's like music to the ears, reaching out to the international community. Number one is the shipyards, existing shipyards, from where we can have a technology transfer. And second is also the capital. Would it be able to attract enough investments or not? For people who would be following the stock markets, and if you look at what Cochin Shipyard, it has given 3x, 4x returns in a span of 2 years. So that's the type of capital that's coming into shipbuilding industry. That's the appetite of investors in the shipbuilding industry. So the next step, sir, if I may put across, chota muh badi baat, we have reached out to the industry over here. Let's roll it out at an international forum. Let the world know here, state of Maharashtra is rolling out a wonderful, wonderful policy which is highly, highly attractive for business. And that's where it becomes quite attractive, and I'm sure definitely investments will start rolling.
And there's a lot of interest even from the Middle East players looking at partnerships and things happening out here. That will also open up further. Coming back to you, Steve, in terms of the role of connectivity, right? And there's a lot of play that the state government plays in terms of connectivity to those sites. So how important it is, and what are the things that one should be looking at? Is it the rail connectivity, the road connectivity, and how important it is for the cluster to really bloom from there on?
Well, I think connectivity, you might say, is slightly less critical in terms of the volume of connectivity for a shipyard compared to a port, but the timeline is just as critical. As we've been hearing, some of the challenges of owners wanting to place orders with Indian shipyards is time. Time has aspects of productivity actually inside the shipyard, but also the lead-in time of various items, which is the physical connectivity of getting to the shipyard, but even things like the amount of time that goods get stuck in customs coming into the country from outside. So the whole procurement system from start to finish needs to be optimized to really support the shipyards. Now, a shipyard, clearly, a lot of this is outside their control, and this is where strategic planning of connectivity is important. Realistically, if we look at major infrastructure projects, a major connectivity scheme in the Konkan region will be starting to come on stream in line with the 2047 shipyard target. So, you can't leave these things too late to really identify what needs to be done and put in place. But then obviously it says, well, 2013, how do you achieve that? And that is mainly saying, how can you improve your connectivity? How can you look at modernizing what is already being done and get improved productivity out of it? Perhaps there are small areas of connectivity that can be done, making a link from a potential shipyard site to a highway, upgrading a highway. But I think the ambitions need to be more than just building it around existing networks to really make this successful.
Yeah, thank you. Commodore, you talked about the whole defense and how that plays a strategic, and for strategic reasons we should be looking at developing our own shipbuilding part. The second is follow on specific to Maharashtra to that extent. What are the opportunities that flow in from this whole defense aspect, and how does shipbuilding out here and ship repair can really flourish?
As I had mentioned earlier, I think the multiplier effect is something that we should be very focused on, because it creates a whole ecosystem can be created around a shipyard. And we talked of maritime clusters, which is what is already existing around our shipyards. It can be further augmented and enhanced with a focused approach to skill development, the manufacturing capability of the ancillary industry, ship repair, ship recycling, the circular economy. All of this can be created around a shipyard. And when, particularly in terms of defense shipbuilding, when we have something in Maharashtra which could count amongst one of the best warship building yards in the world perhaps, if not definitely in India, then certainly we must leverage that advantage that Maharashtra has. Now, coming to a thing as complex as submarine construction, ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems is presently partnering with Mazagon Docks for the, a big submarine program which one keeps reading about, called the P-75I, for indigenous manufacture of 6 conventional submarines with air-independent propulsion in India. These will perhaps be the most modern submarines in the world as and when they happen. It takes time for submarines to build. It's a capital-intensive industry. Shipbuilding takes time. Like they say, it takes 3 years to build a ship, but 300 years to build a navy. Now, what is the salient feature of this? We built submarines earlier. In fact, ThyssenKrupp itself built submarines in the 90s in Mazagon Docks Limited. 2 submarines that were built by us. Is that this time, because of the emphasis on self-reliance, and this should not only be restricted to the defense sector, this should be taken to every strategic and infrastructure sector in the country. Because of the emphasis on self-reliance, the government has made it very clear that this is the last project where any foreign assistance will be permitted to an Indian shipyard to build submarines in the future. That means the kind of technology transfer that Indian shipyards are now looking at is with this in mind, that we can't go back to a foreign shipyard for our next program. And therefore, in this program, the kind of technology transfer, really deep technology transfer, has been sought. Now, why would a foreign company want to give it? That's the second question. The reason a foreign company would not mind sharing this with an Indian company is because all over the world, as was brought out, India is being looked at as an alternate production hub. Because if you look at the Indo-Pacific, where the global geopolitical center of gravity has shifted in the last decade or 2 decades, which is really the most reliable country any Western country would want to do business with, from an industrial perspective, from a politically stable perspective, from a dynamic workforce perspective, you take any perspective, the demographic perspective, it's India. And now with all that's happening around the world, particularly in Europe, earlier we could always go back to the Europeans, and they also were sort of obliging. They themselves, particularly with the NATO summit and President Trump demanding 5% of GDP being spent on defense, the shipyards there are chock-a-block full with their own capacity, with their own requirements. So there is very little capacity now available for us to go back to them and say, look, can you give us this? More than the capacity where the final product is built is the ancillary industry, the tier 1 vendors, the tier 2 vendors, the sub-suppliers. They're chock-a-block full. They don't have capacity. So if we don't create that capacity in India, we're not going to be in the front of the line. We're going to be at the rear of the line, which is going to lead to delays. Many countries in this region, and I can talk about submarines, aspire to have submarines. Submarines are a very aspirational capability for a navy. It's the sort of the navy's arrived when it has submarines. So lots of small countries are aspiring that one fine day they would have submarines. They're not going to go for the world's best cutting edge technology. They will take something that meets their requirement, their waters, their environment. India is the perfect hub. We've been building submarines for 30 years. If we can get this technology, and foreign companies are willing to transfer this technology to make India the manufacturing hub for this region, I think that is what we need to leverage. So we have to create this ecosystem which gives confidence to the foreign manufacturer that he will be able to deliver the quality expected of him in India. And let me tell you, because of this submarine program, we've gone around looking at Indian industry, because a very high degree of indigenization has been demanded in this program. And it's amazing to see the outstanding stuff that's being done in India by tier 1 vendors, tier 2 vendors, particularly in the Maharashtra, Pune, this industrial belt. It's amazing. And you know, Bombay's got fantastic connectivity. Maharashtra's got excellent connectivity. It's got a very dynamic workforce. So I think this is what Maharashtra needs to leverage, really. This ecosystem which already exists can be further augmented in terms of hull fabrication, in terms of better quality of steel, in terms of better quality control processes, etc., which already exist at international standards.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just don't know, the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. That's what it is. Out here, I think the right hand is doing significantly great job, which can be leveraged by the rest of the other commercial fleet as well. I think we are on the dot just now. I'll just open the floor for any particular question. We have about a minute on the clock out here if there are any questions to be asked. Yeah. You may need a mic, but yeah. Yeah, I can hear, yeah. I think your question is that do we not need to specialize rather than looking at really the big one, which is what Commodore Singh kind of really talked about, saying that there are enough niches which we can look at it, yeah.
America, for example, doesn't build ships, bulk carriers or tankers, and they are the world's biggest economy. Many of the European countries also, they specialize only in the cruise ships or the yachts or ferries or maybe the offshore supply vessels. They're not into the commercial shipbuilding. So as a policy, I mean, should there not be a very critical thinking what India is good at and then try to build the policy and infrastructure around that rather than just creating infrastructure for all types of ships? Just a question or just a comment if anybody in the panel, including international or local, can give.
Yeah, so I think that's what emerged out here, and the policy also specifically has three specific ones. Like there is a cluster which is there on an existing facility if you want to expand it is also there. The third is from a port part of it. So it caters to all three. And if specialization is the area that you would want to be looking at it, that's already provided in the policy. So to that extent, that's getting addressed. So it's for different people, different tastes, and what they want to take upon is already embedded into that particular policy.
I don't think you understood my question. What I'm saying is, should India be really going for tankers, bulk carriers, the large ones, the VLCCs, Suezmax, Cape-size categories, where historically we do not have any advantage? Because though they require bigger infrastructure, bigger drafts, bigger capacities, should the policy be not catering to only the small or medium-sized ships, which India probably can do well going forward?
Yeah, I can answer maybe also. Yeah, small and medium-sized ships are also not easy and not easy to build for sure. They are very complex and maybe sometimes even more complicated than a bulk carrier. With regards to the infrastructure around a shipyard, depending on the size of ships you're going to build, is important. I agree. You will need to focus on a specific market, but it all depends also on the partner you attract. So if you attract Hyundai from Korea as a shipbuilder, then for sure you're not going to build small ships. Then you're going to probably build LNG or maybe some bulk carriers or tankers, depending on what they want. But again, the commercial viability, where I was speaking up front, they need to have the orders in place. They need to be responsible for the training. They need to put skin in the game. And then all suppliers can be located from outside of that shipyard, or they can in the beginning also fly in from the nearby countries, which are also there, from the Middle East either or the other side of Asia. So segment or sector focus, yes, but depends on the partner you're cooperating with. That's my opinion.
Okay, I think we're done on the time just now. So thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this. we'll call it a day now. Thank you.
What a riveting discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause once again, please. I believe it's deeply deserved. And if I could please have Pradeep sir back on stage to felicitate each one of our panelists. All right. This is a small token of our appreciation from the Maharashtra Maritime Board. Thank you for being here and for really raising the caliber of the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. The global voices added to the gravitas of the discussion. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, for your fellow industry colleagues from all over the world. And how about a photo op with the entire panel, please? If I could ask all of our gentlemen to step forward for a quick photo op to capture the moment here at the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. Thank you, gentlemen. So I'm sure all of you have worked up an appetite. So we will take a quick break for lunch at this time. We'll resume at exactly 3 p.m., at which time the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit shall resume. Thank you. Lunch is to the double doors on the right.
झोपल्यासारखं वाटत ना. नाही नसतं. बंद असल्याचं काही नसतंय.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly please ask that you take your designated seats. The Maharashtra Maritime Summit will resume momentarily. So kindly settle down, take your seats, and please switch your phones back to the silent mode. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is wrapped and an exciting agenda awaits us. So, without further ado, we kindly ask that you please take your seats so that the Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025 can resume.
दीक्षा just tell him माइक बंद करने सारे हाँ माइक बंद करने बोलो वहाँ से पहले घंटा चलो even we can see this कि कितना आज चलेगा वो अब ये 3 घंटे दिखा ना उनका टाइमिंग चल भाई जल्दी दिखा चल यार हाँ आया परफॉर्मेंस प्रेशर हो गया उसको फिर बंद करके चल गया 4 घंटा करूया आपण आता नॉर्मल
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please take your seats. so that we can resume the Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025. Kindly do return to your designated seats and switch your phones to the silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025 is about to resume. Kindly do take your designated seats. Switch your phones to the silent mode. This is a televised event, so do remain cognizant of the cameras. And we ask that you please settle down so that the rest of the agenda can proceed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, we are about to recommence the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit. So we ask that you please take your seats so we can proceed.
Start.
Ladies and gentlemen, great to see you back. And with that, welcome back to the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit, presented by the Maharashtra Maritime Board, Ministry of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, and partnered by Times Network. So, ladies and gentlemen, in an effort to decongest Mumbai and to provide an affordable alternative mode of transport, the Maharashtra government is planning to develop a comprehensive water metro across the Mumbai metropolitan region. And I believe that more than 30 such water routes will ultimately be developed. But what do the feasibility studies indicate with respect to viability, with respect to timelines? Well, to tackle this very topic and to tell us more, I ask that you please welcome the Chief Port Officer of Maharashtra Maritime Board, Captain Praveen S. Khara. Huge round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, all. So after lunch, it is very difficult to keep the audience involved in the presentation and all. I'll try my best. So let's start with the water transport in MMR region. Presently, Maharashtra coastline of 877 kilometers, we handle 36 passenger routes across the Maharashtra coastline and handle 18 million passengers annually. Out of which 21 passenger routes are alone in MMR region, which handles 16 million passengers. So to upgrade and the MMR region, the water taxi system in the MMR region, we have set a vision for the water transport. For that, we have conducted a pre-feasibility study by Cochin Metro Rail Corporation. They have already started a Cochin Water Metro in Kerala, and it's a successful model, everyone knows. So we have done this pre-feasibility through them. And they have identified 10 potential routes in MMR region for the future development. And pre-feasibility study also involves the development and upgradation of existing and potential routes, which are identified, which will involve the improving the existing terminals, safety system and passenger amenities. And we are aiming to offer eco-friendly, reliable and efficient connectivity across MMR. The existing operational routes which are in MMR, Green. These are the existing operational routes. I'll start from the North MMR, like Palghar district and Mumbai suburb. We have these 6 routes. Then Mumbai, Raigad and Thane district, we have this another 15 routes. They are all operationals, and most of the routes are cross harbor, cross creek routes where the connectivity is missing, like there is no road, bridges and all. So these routes are very successfully operating for last almost 20-25 years. And these are, in this some are longitudinal routes also. So like KMRL has done a techno-feasible study for MMR region, and the report has been prepared and it's been submitted to us. The main objective of this pre-feasibility study was to assess the viability, strategic potential of implementing passenger water transport across the MMR region. Scope of the study was to focus on the infrastructure need, operational models, financial viability, and regulatory framework. 10 potential routes have been identified across MMR, which I've already found. And the goal is to develop a sustainable water passenger transport infrastructure, which should be a supplementary to the other mode of transport in MMR, like road and rail. So these are the 10 potential routes which have been identified in MMR region. If you see, like in the north part of MMR, there is a Thane and Ullas, Vasai Creek and Ullas River. That is on the northern part of MMR. On the western part, it is Arabian Sea, west coast of MMR. Eastern part, we are covering Thane Creek, Panvel Creek, and on the southern part, it's Bombay Harbor, PNV Channel N. So if you see, the 10 potential routes cover the complete MMR all round. Like the road connectivity, we are planning MMRDA. Ring road type around the MMR region. Same way, if you see, water transport will be also what we are having a potential is all around the MMR we can have routes, different routes. In this, like I'll just go through the potential routes. Like first is connecting Vasai, Mira, Bhayandar, and Kaler. These are all in Vasai and Ullas River. That is National Waterway 53. Then second is from Kalyan. That also comes to Kaler. Kaler, we are planning a hub, like, so there they can, it will be a changing over, like from there you can change and catch other water metro. Then from Kaler to Navi Mumbai Airport is one route. From Vashi to Navi Mumbai, one route is proposed. From Belapur, Navi Mumbai Airport, it is across the creek. From Gateway to Navi Mumbai Airport. Then from Vasai, that is on the western part of MMR region, like we are covering the complete coast of Mumbai, from Vasai up to Nariman Point, with the different routes like from Borivali to Bandra, from Bandra to Nariman Point. So these are the 10 potential routes which have come out in the pre-feasibility study. In these 10 routes, we have some existing infrastructure already in place. So that terminals need to be upgraded, and few we need to construct. Where there is no terminals, we need to. So total is 22. 15 are the this thing proposed one, and 7 we will be upgrading. So in the map you can see these all 22 terminals which covers the all 10 potential routes are covered. Now how to go ahead with this? What is our plan? So that comes in the execution model. We have 4 pillars in this to implement this water PWT in the MMR. These are the 4 pillars which include civil, navigational part, then emergency responses and marine. In civil infrastructure, it is like constructing a terminal buildings, passenger amenities, floating and fixed jetties, pontoons, access to the terminal, and intermodal transit zones and utilities. These all will be covered in the civil infrastructure. Navigational part is like navigation channel from point A to point B where the boat will be transiting. So capital dredging, maintenance dredging, maintaining the depth in the channel, that will be covered in this. Then navigation buoys and channels and aids to navigation in the channel, that all will be covered. And anchorage and turning circle, and for emergencies, all this will be handled in the navigational channel part. Emergency will play a very important role. Emergency response system will be prepared and will be set up in the terminals for managing the risks associated with the passengers and passenger movements. Obviously, like we are handling around 16 million presently, and once we start this, it will definitely increase. And the maritime assets, maritime boats and all, if there is any emergency in this, so to give them the timely support. That is the reason emergency this thing is in. scope. And fourth is marine. Marine means we talk about the hybrid electric vessels, catamaran ferries. This plays the fourth. So in this first three pillars which I mentioned, this will be created by our department, Maharashtra Maritime Board, and marine will be on the triple P model. Now, how to go about it? Like, what is the way forward? So, for in overall, like in MMR existing and potential routes, what we have defined, there are 31 routes and 35 terminals in total. So, preparation of a DPR and eco-friendly boat designs and also this already we have started with this, both are under the process. So, DPR will cover important aspects are like route feasibility, passenger demand, terminal infrastructure, environmental, regulatory, financial analysis, operational models, PP framework, identify priority routes for early implementation, like in a phase-wise manner we can, which is the most, on the priority basis, we can implement that, and provide phased roadmap aligned with the regional transport and tourism. So these are the scope of DPR, which is already in process. We have started with that. And other is on the boat design. Boat design will sustainability mobility focus with the Maharashtra Green Transport Vision and energy efficient propulsion, emphasis on the hybrid and electric powered vessels. So these are the two pillars of way forward, which we have already started. So that's it. Thank you. Now we'll go with the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain, for sharing those critical takeaways. Now, waterways are, of course, as we just heard, touted to become a viable mode of transport across the Mumbai metropolitan region. However, where do the biggest challenges lie? That's the question, right? So to take the topic head on, we are now joined by a highly coveted panel of subject matter experts next. So to do justice to the conversation, I'd like to please invite on stage Shri Shaji P. Janar Dhanan, Chief General Manager, Water Transport, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, to lead us to this discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, it's an honor to have you amongst us, and we look forward to the takeaways that will emerge as a result of your guidance, spearheading the way through this conversation. And with that, I'd like to now bring the balanced panelists on stage. And let's start with Shri Pradeep P., CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board. Sir, it's an honor to have you back on stage, taking part in this very critical conversation about making water transport in Mumbai a reality, our reality. And joining them, Shri Jitendra Rami, Director, M2M Ferries and West Coast Marine Yacht Services. Sir, if you could kindly oblige us, join us on stage for what promises to be an exciting conversation. Thank you, sir. And now if I could please invite Miss Sophia Lim from Candela to also join the stage. Ma'am, it's an honor to have you with us. Please do take center stage. All right. Thank you, Sophia, ma'am. And lastly, if I could now please invite Captain Devendra Mandral, CEO and Director of Indigo Seaways. Captain, we'll have you on stage. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. Thank you for gracing the occasion to tackle this critical topic, making water transport and MMR our reality. With that, over to you.
Thank you, MC. We don't have any time restriction, I suppose, because there is nothing else after this. Only word of thanks and tea. So we will find some time to have some questions also. Captain Praveen has already set the context. Now let me just add on a few things. If you think globally, about 40% of the global population stays along coastal side. And in India itself, we have about 14,500 kilometers of navigable waterways. Now Mumbai, we have seen, it's about 877 kilometers of waterways. water transport plays a key role. And we, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, being a company entrusted to carry out a feasibility study across India in 21 places, about 11 states and 2 union territories, we have seen so many challenges, the problems that we are facing, good things on the waterways, and we also have successfully implemented a Kochi water metro system. Now, having this in the background, Maharashtra Maritime Board and the Maharashtra government is all set to revamp the water transport system in the MMR region and the Maharashtra state as such, in line with the various vision of the government of India, the Harit Nauka policy 2024, the Amrit Kaal Vision 2047, the vision, Maritime Vision for 2030. All these things are now aligning into the Maharashtra state. Now let's begin the discussion. We have 4 different stakeholders sitting here. I will ask 2 questions each. That means first round 1 question and second round another second question, and then a last question to all of them. I will introduce one by one when I ask the first question. Let me ask the first question to the CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board. Let me introduce him first. He is a 2009 IAS officer, having served many parts of Maharashtra at various capacities, right from sub-collector onwards to district collector, then director in e-governance, additional secretary and joint chief electoral officer. Before this, he was the CEO of Maharashtra State Khadi Village Industrial Board. He is currently the managing CEO of the Maharashtra Maritime Board. Sir, as we all know that Maharashtra is all set to revamp the water transport system across Maharashtra and especially in the MMR region. Could you please tell us what are the vision that is put forward by the government for the establishing the same?
Thank you, Shaji. Any metropolitan city in India, the most important question or the issue anyone faces is that sab acha hai, only traffic bahut kharab hai. So traffic issue when we see, we need to have all modes of transportation, and to ease the traffic congestion, the only solution is to promote public transport. So when we talk of public transport, it should be multimodal, and it should be the ease of use of this transport mode should be there. So when we look at Mumbai has been blessed with the coastline, the creeks, the Thane Creek, Vasai Creek, and other creeks. So here, when we talk about Maharashtra, we already have 36 operational routes and about 18 million passengers traveling annually. But these have been in bits and pieces. So we thought it is high time that we should have a comprehensive water metro, which will supplement the metro which is being under construction, the bus network, the rail network, the suburban rail network. And so this multimodal transport is what is need of the hour now. And since I've already said Mumbai is blessed with the coastline, which many other cities don't have. For example, Bangalore doesn't have a coastline. And if you want to implement our transport, it's not possible there. So the government MMB decided that we should have a comprehensive water metro, and accordingly a study was initiated with the help of Kochi Water Metro. And we are happy to say that the pre-feasibility study report is very encouraging, and we are all set to move to the next part, which is the execution part.
Thank you, sir. It's absolutely correct. There's a good movement by the government. The involvement of the government is also very encouraging for what we can see after having the first set of discussions. Thank you very much, sir. Now, let me introduce another person who is bringing about 37 years of diverse professional experience, including distinguished tenure in the Indian Navy. He is currently working as the director at West Coast Marine Yacht Services Private Limited, M2M Ferry Private Limited, and Bharat Clean Rivers Foundation. Mr. Jitendra Rami. By the way, they are operating in the gateways with dealing with a lot of passengers, traveling, taking them Tata taxis from Mumbai is a gateway to the Elephanta. Could you please tell us, sir, what are the practical difficulties that you're facing in conducting this service?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Saji, sir. Thank you, sir. So we have been running high-speed water transport boats in Mumbai Harbour for many years, and they are run from Gateway of India. So for private boat operator, there's only one slipway, and over a period of time, because the MMB permitted a private developer, that is us, and we have a consortium partner to develop the Mandwa port the way we developed, that resulted in many people accessing Mandwa. And it is because of the government's vision. Not many people would know, but Maharashtra Maritime Board was one of the first board which actually offered their own port to a private company on an O&M basis in 2014. And sorry, this must be highlighted by MMB as one of the major achievements, because this decision was taken 10 years ago. And that is what has prompted Mandwa to become what Mandwa has become today. Now, because of this, the number of people traveling to Mandwa started increasing. And just because we have one slipway at Gateway of India, it started, the space is less and the boats are more and there are more and more people traveling. However, eventually, as it was brought out today during the Honorable CM's address or our Honorable Minister Saneji's address or CEO Sir's presentation, that now we eventually will have very soon an additional jetty at Gateway of India, which will help us root out most of the problems that we faced. So the problem was that there is not enough berthing space, there is not enough space for passenger to wait, there is no parking. But all this now with the MMB's vision of finally creating a jetty at Radio Club is going to put not only people like us, but people of this city, as well as people who travel to Mumbai to enjoy the waters and harbors of Mumbai at ease. So we had the typical problem which has been happening, sir, over the years of development, but we are also now eagerly awaiting the development at Radio Club Jetty, because that will take care of most of the issues that were there. However, only, sir, since I have the pleasant opportunity to share the dais with you. Before 2008, the boats were allowed to operate for a much longer period of time. And then for safety and security reason, what happened in our city in 2008, the timings were restricted, but Maritime Board has been magnanimous enough to extend the timeline. And if currently the timeline which is there, if it can be extended further, it will allow people of this city and tourists to go much later post-sunset to view. And if anybody who's not gone out in the Mumbai Harbour to see Mumbai Harbour, how it looks after sunset, I highly recommend it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jitendra. In fact, you have very aptly identified the infrastructure is a problem, timing is a problem, and infrastructure is one of the key problems that we face across India and in all the waterways of India. Let's go to the next speaker. She is from Cantella Technology, Sweden, Sofia Lund. She joined Cantella in May 2022 as business developer, working in the market segmentation, problem solving, and go-to-market strategies. Currently serving as the product manager at Cantella since July 2024, overseeing the innovative electric boat product development and market alignment. Madam Sofia, you are applying high-speed hydrofoil technology into passenger services. Tell us more about the global acceptance of this technology and how is it going to be adaptable to the Indian waters, especially Mumbai waters?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to talk a little bit about what exactly it is that we're doing so that we don't leave anybody confused. We essentially deploy hydrofoiling technology onto our electric vessels, which reduces the drag by lifting the hull out of the water with 80 to 90%, which is a huge energy saving and a must if you want to go electric in high speeds. And as for the global adaptation, as you might understand, this is novel technology. It's a complex marriage between different engineering disciplines. And of course, that is, as with anything that is green and novel, there are certain obstacles in reaching it. We have, however, seen a big interest globally. We have sold, from our leisure boats, we have delivered over 100 vessels, and our passenger ferries, we have deals in all continents now. One of the interesting things about India is that you have really been pioneers in accepting this novel technology. A special thank you to the Maharashtra Maritime Board as well as the government of Maharashtra, who have been very open to accepting change and seeing it for what it is. As for applications in Maharashtra region, we have sold 11 vessels to India to be deployed in the beginning of next year, and that will be in Bombay Harbor, together with Yalvimana, our partners from Delhi. So we do see a huge potential here. We are still waiting to realize this potential fully, but we are also long-term planning, once we realize that potential, to seek manufacturing plants in the region to fully meet the demand that we believe that we can see.
Thank you. In fact, hydrofoils, those who doesn't know, is the vessels which can ply at a very high speed, which will, after certain speed, it is achieve certain speed, it comes out of the water and then it flies. In Mumbai, time is the essence. So fast services are essential for us. So it's a good move by the government of Maharashtra. Now let's go to the next speaker. He's a master mariner, took from UK in 1986. And he heads the terminal operations in the challenging tidal waters of Gulf of Mumbai, Gujarat. He's a CEO and director of Indigo Seawise since 2017, leading the South Asia's largest Ro-Ro Ropax integrated service. Sir, being the operator for the largest Ropax in the South of Asia, what is in your mind to what are your suggestions for the improvement of these ferry services? What is in your mind?
Yeah, Maharashtra Maritime Board, thank you very much for having me here and sharing my experience. Just very brief about it. This project that we run is a dream project of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Bhai Modi. And we've had a pleasure of him being on board our vessel and sailing with us. And these vessels they go across Gulf of Cambay, where the tidal range is 11 meters a day. That means the water goes up 11 meters, comes down 11 meters. And if you were to operate a Ro-Ro service, you need to have an infrastructure which moves with the water up and down, because you're rolling off the cars and rolling in the trucks in. That's one challenge. And number two, the currents in the areas are very strong, about 4 to 5 knots all the time. As a mariner, somebody will know that what difficult it is. So there were lots of challenges, but it's been fantastic results when we see today. I'm very proud to say that today we have carried almost about 16.9 lakhs passengers. We've carried 2.33 lakhs cars. We've carried two-wheelers, 1.4 lakhs of two-wheelers, and most importantly, sir, we decongested the roads by carrying 1.9 lakhs trucks, which are almost about 40 to 50 tons load, carrying 40-foot containers and carrying OCD cargoes. So we have been working on it. So my key takeaway for this trade, having worked on this trade when it was new in India, people didn't know much about it. Couple of things which come to my mind if someone wants to establish it. First of all, it has to be a scheduled service. People should know if they are going to book the ticket at 8 o'clock, they can be there 7:30 with the car and drive off on the car. And then comes the infrastructure. You need an infrastructure which is suitable to take the vessels. It should not happen, the vessels are waiting for tide and you know, the berths are not okay. And I think if you have done part 1 and part 2, the part 3 of course is to make it commercially viable and suitable to people's pocket. A number of times people ask me and say, you have a monopoly over the sea. That is, you are coming from Surat and going across to Bhavnagar, to another region. I said, no sir, I don't have a monopoly, I have the huge competition. Every hour, bus leaves from Surat to Bhavnagar. Every hour, a train runs from here to Bhavnagar. Roads are 20, and Gujarat roads are fantastic. People who are from Gujarat, they'll know they're fantastic roads, sir. Roads are 24/7 open. I said, competition, I have a huge competition. So what do? I make the travel very competitive and also very enjoyable. So there, the fact comes is that how do we do the cost control? I think, you know, subsequently things will come up. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. You very rightly said that is the reason why Maharashtra Maritime Board is calling it as a metro, the reliability factor. Because at what time a vessel is leaving should be known to the people, and if there is a passenger or not, it should leave at that time. That means people will wait for it, and then, I mean, they can very well be sure that there is a boat leaving at 7:10, and if I reach by 7:09, I will get the 7:10 boat. And if I reach by 7:11, I will not get that boat. That kind of a reliability factor should be brought in. And the other two factors also are very absolutely right about the infrastructure and the jetty that you talked about. A fixed jetty is not a feasible one when it comes to the water level varies very badly. Then it may not be possible for you to have a fixed jetty as such, because water level sometimes comes over the jetty and then boat will be much above and you can't get down the boat. So the jetty should float with the boat. The boat and jetty should be always at the same level. So that is where the floating pontoons comes into picture. So infrastructure is one of another thing that we already talked about. Now, Captain, I will ask you the second question also straight away. How do you want the government to intervene to support you with the operations? This is for us to know the takeaways so that we can take the feedbacks together and then put it together into the framework that we are making.
Very valid point at this time when our economy is picking up and people are multitasking and time is short. With the economy rising, people have more cars, roads are more congested. Therefore, to make this service affordable, we need to look at how can the government should look at it and say that it is an alternate transport to the road and the rail. You can't expand road anymore because there is no land available. But our sea we have abundance of sea coast. And of course, Maharashtra is blessed. I did my training in Bombay, so I know what it is. It's blessed to have this kind of infrastructure, the sea they have. So to do that, you're going to be not competing. The road, the waterways, in fact, they complement the road and rail network. Therefore, it becomes important the way government looks at road and rail network, they must also look at sea ways the same way. Therefore, I would say that the practical difficulties that we have been facing is there is no subsidy available from the government. There should be a subsidy available, because if I were to give you some data, 1 liter of diesel oil that you burn, sir, you emit 2.7 kgs of carbon emission. And 1 liter of marine fuel, if you burn, you do 3.11 kgs of carbon emission. In fact, we did a calculation and we have saved 36,000 tons of greenhouse emission. So that's one point. The second point is you have decongested the roads. And that brings indirect benefit to government, that roads are better maintained, less accidents, less casualties. In this all, the government spends the money there. So therefore, my humble request would be to the government is that they should look into the same way how they look at railways or how they look at the bus services and offer some subsidy by which an operator can operate and be competitive with the other services, the road and rail network, and therefore he's able to attract more passengers, and therefore your roads and rail network can be decongested. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Very well said. Definitely, these are the valid points which can be taken on board. Now, your next question to Sophia. Could you please tell us why have you chosen the smaller type of vessels? Number one, I have a few more addition to it. I know it is an electrically driven propulsion system. What kind of a battery are you using? How long can you, what is the state of charge, and how long one full charge will go? And the battery chemistry, if you could please highlight.
Absolutely, I'd love to. So your first question, of course, in regards to why we decided to manufacture smaller vessels. For those of you in the audience that are not aware, our ferries carry 30 passengers. It's a 12-meter catamaran with a fully automated foil system. And the reason why we ended up doing this is because we believe that too often in maritime transport, we see these huge vessels with very low occupancy levels deployed with infrequent departures, which makes them unattractive to the general public. So to surpass that, we did a study on the optimum size for public transport deployment and realized that 30 passengers is a very good idea. Now that being said, you can't exchange a 200-passenger ferry with a 30-passenger ferry. You would have to deploy a fleet of 30-passenger ferries, multiple of them. That way, you can have more frequent departures, which makes it more accessible and more attractive to people who are seeking to use it as an alternative to other modes of transport. So that's essentially what we concluded, and that's why we have a 30-passenger ferry. Furthermore, because we are electric and hydrofoiling, we are able to go faster in higher speeds as well. So our operating speed is 25 knots, and we actually have the same consumption in 8 knots as we have in 25 knots because we reduce the water resistance. And we use NMC batteries to answer that question as well. I feel like I'm ticking off your boxes here. Yeah, did I miss any of your questions?
Yeah, how long it will go for one full charge?
Right, so we have a range of up to 40 nautical miles going in 25 knots, and then recharging that will take an hour with a CCS Type 2 kilowatt charger and not a megawatt charger, which is also another benefit in terms of the costs of the infrastructure required, and of course the capacity of the electrical grid required for charging.
Is there any drawbacks to the battery?
Drawbacks to the batteries, I mean, the big problem with making a maritime transport electric is that the current battery technology is very heavy. It weighs about 15 times as much if you compare it to fuel. And as we know, the biggest enemy in consumption when it comes to boats is water resistance. And the heavier you load, of course, the more resistance and thus higher consumption you will have. So that is, of course, and even though that we are, of course, also sensitive to weight, similar to an airplane, we are flying after all, so that's why we're sensitive to weight. We are eagerly following along any developments in battery technology. But for now, we are happy with the NMC Kreisel batteries that are DNV Marine certified.
Thank you, Sophia. In fact, it is a corollary to what Captain Manuel was saying. The savings in the carbon dioxide is a solution is to go to electrical mode. Considering the current development of the other alternative fuels like hydrogen, methanol, ammonia, etc. are being developed, and regulations and safety measures are to be put in. So electrical is the immediate resolution for that conversion or reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. It's tons of carbon dioxide is not a joke. It's a great thing. Only thing is the source of energy you need to bring in has to be from the renewable source. Not the coal burning. That is the only thing had to be highlighted over here. Now, the next question goes to Mr. Jitendra Rami. We have heard about the infrastructure issues. And what is your wish for infrastructure to be for a proper passenger service? How it should be, the infrastructure for the waterways?
Thank you, sir. This is a very wide question because when we say infrastructure for the passenger water transport, the immediate link is to what size you are operating. So for different size of vessel, you need a different kind of infrastructure. One, I can take an example of what KMRL has done, that you have built majorly, as you said, floating infrastructure which suits up to the 20-30 meter. So that is potentially one of the solutions going forward when all the additional routes or even when Candelaire gets deployed. I think matching the freeboard of the vessel to the freeboard of the pontoon is extremely important for an easy step out. And if we create steps-like structure or if we create a ramp-like structure, then due to the tidal difference, there is an algae and certain safety element comes into it. So that is one part of the infrastructure, I would say. And we have KMRL to learn from what you have done in Kerala. It's potentially one of the best things that has happened, and the same thing can be followed here. The other part of the infrastructure is what Manral Saab has already said. It relates to certain elements of nature which somehow we all have to learn to live with, whether it is tide, whether siltation. So those are issues, but I'm sure they are everywhere and not linked to any particular place. If you also permit me, sir, to just expand the scope of the question, and I would like to pick up what Manral Saab has very kindly put forward, is that as a passenger water transport, large passenger water transport like M2M ferry that we operate or what sir operates, we have an input. This is a technical issue. Okay, we have everything that we buy. We pay GST, but the government policy currently is such that we cannot claim any input from it because on passenger transport there is no GST. So the cost of operation goes high, and eventually a certain framework in this area would help us get certain tax input credit back to us, and that would help us optimize the end passenger ticket cost. That is one aspect. Second particular aspect, sir, which you even highlighted, is that large mass cargo or a mass passenger movement in our country is provided by the public sector. Whether it is railway, whether it is state bus transport corporation or any other mode, and those modes are owned by the government and government subsidizes on their own. Whereas we as a private developer with MMB and Government of Maharashtra's vision, we have one of the most successful PPP model that has been delivered on the RoPax ferry market. And we thank you MMB. We thank MMB because without your support, sir, we would not be able to do what we have been able to do. But then how do we go forward from here? And with your help, if we can bring in certain element of viability gap funding. One of the issue I highlighted is the fuel cost. It is still a state subject that we pay certain VAT on fuel, and if certain like Udan scheme is there, is to give a parallel example. So what Government of India has done with Udan scheme is that on certain route, government empowers or provides for the operator to recover certain part of their cost in the form of either a subsidy or a viability gap funding. So that is one definite area which can potentially be considered, and at least a serious debate or a dialogue if we can start, then going forward this sector is going to grow and grow. And as of today we have KMRL with Maharashtra Maritime Board and us in partnership. We have a M2M ferry, sir, you have what you have. And with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of notifying 112 or 114 national waterways, this sector is going to grow further and further ahead. We have a national waterways 53. I'm very glad that today it was highlighted, because it is definitely, in our opinion, going to be a future for Maharashtra to develop further, because we as a company also build floating terminal, similarly, sir, the way you have, and we have been pretty active in National Waterways 1 and 2, and we have seen that at a fraction of a cost, you can develop a terminal with about 35-50 years of life using floating concrete pontoon, and how the passenger mobility gets, further easy movement, ease of operation, safety, all those aspects come in. So certain possible further support from the government, because this is a sunrise sector. It's a capital intensive sector. And as a private operator, if you have to borrow money, certain aspects were covered in the earlier panel discussion. The cost of borrowing is also very high. So people today who have been able to enter the market have been able to enter the market only because the government department like Maharashtra Maritime Board has provided us this support. And, now what we need is wheels under our feet so that we can move further and contribute further towards passenger mobility and help bring down the carbon emission, because everybody here has said about the benefit of going on water. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rami. In fact, infrastructure, I would also like to add, when you make an infrastructure, make it into a social gathering place so that the people can come there. That means make the enough access roads to come to that location. Again, first and last mile connectivity, how to come to that location and from how you can go from that location. That has to be assured, is something which I thought could be added to the infrastructure point of view. And if you make that place with a shopping mall, people will come. Or a food court, people will come. So these are the kind of things that we can think of when we are making, right from the planning of the land onwards, we can consider all these things into our infrastructure development. Now, I kept this gentleman at the last because I wanted him to listen to the others and then respond to the last speaker. Sir, one of the maximum number of public passenger transport usages in Mumbai. Maybe the most crowded cities in India as well. So there are a lot of passengers who opt to travel in Mumbai. Promoting water transport with the right vision at the right time is always helping the people of Maharashtra for sure. Now, what are the proactive steps that government is intending to do to promote this sector, sir?
I heard the points made by the other speakers. Number one, with respect to the infrastructure, as it was shown in the presentation, we have identified 3 types of infrastructure. One is the civil infrastructure, which is the terminals, the jetties and everything. Second is the navigation infrastructure, which is again a costly affair in terms of it requires the channel depth should be maintained, maintenance dredging, capital dredging. And third is the emergency infrastructure. All these 3 will be taken care of by the Maharashtra Maritime Board, and whatever cost it takes, it will be borne by us. And even the terminals and all the infrastructure, which is like the citizen-facing infrastructure, will be made at in a way it is it feels good for the citizen. The experience will be good for the citizen. So all these three will be taken care of by us. And the third, which is a marine infrastructure, which is boats. There we are trying to prescribe the most optimal technology, which is sustainable, environment friendly, at the same time not so costly. So that is where we are taking your help and other technical help, where we'll be prescribing the design. As far as running the boats are concerned, I don't think government should be in the business of running the boats because we're not good at it. And it is the private sector who actually are good at running the boats. And there the point was made about subsidies. The viability gap funding is being under discussion. So we will discuss about it. We are trying to take your help also. What is the level to which the viability gap funding should be given or can be given? So that is already under consideration. So that is what with respect to the infrastructure and the marine will be supporting in terms of VGF. So basically we will try to combine the routes, or some routes will be viable, some routes will not be viable. Maybe we can combine viable and non-viable route and then tender it out. Wherein the outcome of tender can be where the tenderer will say, the project proponent will say either, as of now in the passive water transport, they pay us 10% of the fees. Wherein the 36 route we run, those are all viable and profitable routes. So one output of tender can be where they will say, okay, we will pay you this much. One output can be where they will say, we will run at par, will not pay you anything or we will anything. Third can be where they will tell that you have to pay us this much for us to make it viable. So that is under consideration. Definitely it will be under discussion, and we will see what are the routes and which routes need what kind of support. So, and with respect to infrastructure about the Radio Club jetty, that was the point made. For the benefit of the audience, I would like to say, presently the Gateway of India has about 5 jetties. It handles about 30 to 35 lakh passengers per year who travel from Gateway of India to Elephanta, Mandwa and other places. Out of the 5 jetties, one can't be used during low tide. One is used only for speed boats. One is used for harbor cruise. So only 2 jetties is where the maximum passengers use. And during Saturdays and Sundays, about 10 to 15,000 people used to travel every day. It was a very unsafe environment. People of Mumbai might be knowing, wherein elderly or physically challenged, anyone for that matter, they had to jump from one boat to another boat for catching a boat and traveling. It was a very unsafe condition. So the proposed Radio Club jetty, it will have 10 jetties, and it will accommodate 20 boats at a time. 20 boats can dock at a time. It will have a passenger terminal. Even the present facility, they don't have any toilet facilities, adequate toilet facilities. Here there will be a waiting area, there will be toilets, and the jetties will be there. So I'm happy to say that that is going through. The work order is issued. The work is going on. So that is the kind of infrastructure we intend to build with respect to the passenger transport, like the proposed 20-something terminals. The existing terminals will be upgraded. New terminals will be put up with a proper design, common design, and common facilities ready to be given to all. So I think this is what the government has in mind, MMB has in mind. We will provide all possible enabling support for the passenger water transport to run. And the point that water transport is there to stay and is the most important alternative mode of transport is well taken. And that is why we have instituted a study on this, and we would want to have it in a comprehensive manner. At the same time, we will have to balance it out with the affordability for the customer as well. It can't be made, for example, in the earlier discussions, we were told that a conventional boat, if it costs about 10 crores, for example, or 1 crore for that matter, the electric boat is costing almost double. So that again leads to, in terms of increase in the cost of the ticket size and everything. So we have to balance out the affordability for the passenger, at the same time the viability for the boat operator. So all these points are under discussion, and suitable decisions will be taken on that, and all possible support will be given. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's I think maybe the first government in India who is coming forward with such a plans in advance and going ahead with it. It's a great thing. A big round of applause to the Maharashtra Maritime Board. We are dot on time. Time is up. 40 minutes completed, but I will take 2 minutes to wind it up, and probably I'll take 5 minutes for any questions if you permit. As such, we had a very good combination of the panelists over here. We had people who are operating the boats, the RoPax and the passenger service in the very rough waters. And again, we had a builder who is supplying the high-speed boats, and the electric technology is being used effectively. And we also had service, an operator who is currently operating in the Mumbai waters, and authority who is heading all the maritime operations in the Maharashtra state as such. So that was a great panel we had, and we also have seen that the government is going to be supporting the development in a great way, like out of the 4 pillars of civil infrastructure, marine infrastructure, and the emergency infrastructure, it will be built by the Maharashtra government. And only the marine sector, where the boat has to be constructed, brought and operated by the private parties. And again, further discussions will be done on the viability gap funding and the rate fixing, etc., which is definitely a very good move as far as the water transport promotion is concerned. There are various factors that are brought in, is the drawback of the infrastructure that we are facing at this point in time, which is not only in Maharashtra, across India we are facing the same problem, because we have been traveling right from the Dal Lake in the Srinagar onwards to Guwahati in Assam, UP, Bihar, Gujarat, Goa, Lakshadweep, in Andaman, in Kerala. All these places we are doing the feasibility study, so we are seeing the challenges, and it is nothing new that Maharashtra is having it. But the move that the government has come forward to establish this kind of change and system that is going to be helping the huge passenger commuters who are already suffering, the roads that are suffering. There's a solution for all these things are being brought. It's a very good thing. I thank all my panelists for supporting, and the person listening from the audience. Should I give 5 minutes for a question and answer session? There is nothing else left, so the floor is open for questions if you have any.
Yeah, this is not a question, but I'm very happy to be here and seeing the Maritime Board having such excellent, project. I think we are very far back. We should go full throttle ahead. We have a dynamic Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, and others who are experienced people. And if some people have some issue over this, project, it is very simple. Just give them some 50 car parking. Take this car parking, because people may have some issues of that, and that can be solved, nothing much. And it will be wonderful for the people of Bombay. And I, for one, look forward to traveling in a water metro very soon.
Sir, your good name, and if you could introduce yourself, it would be good.
My name is Dr. K.R. Dhebri. I am a physician working in Bombay for the last 46 years.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Captain Derek Vaz. So I have a pertinent question for Mr. Jitendra as well as Captain Minral. I have had the opportunity of traveling in both their services, and it's nothing short of excellent, okay? And I still remember, like Captain Minral said, Narendra Modi traveled in one of them. So they took me to one of his ferries and said, you can sit here. This is exactly where the Prime Minister sat down. So basically, it's been very encouraging. But my one question to both of you is, in a world today where competition is at a par with everything, haven't there been challenges from prospective bidders who would like to operate the same services? Haven't there been competition from prospective bidders who would like to operate the same services as a competition to what you guys are already excelled in?
Can I answer?
Yes, sir, please.
Sir, these services actually came as a result. I can only speak about the Ghoga Hazira service. There was a global tender. We got, it is not a nomination basis. It is the result of global bidding. And also I'll tell you, sir, our tenure is coming to an end. If you are going to bid, welcome on board. 2018, sir, our
cheers. Wish you all the very best, sir.
And be our guest. We'll be able to take you
You've
around
done an
and
excellent job. Keep it
show
up,
you
sir.
what happens, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Okay. And what about you, Jitendra, sir?
I have a very similar answer that it's never given on nomination. So it is through a competitive bidding process that we have been appointed as our operator. And I'm very glad that you asked this question because, as I said, this is a sunrise sector. You already saw 36 routes that MMB is coming out with. And as this sector grows, we will need many more people to come and operate because it's not possible for one person or one company or two companies to cater to the needs of this country. So definitely there will be many more opportunities for many more companies to come around, and it is needed that people actually look at this as a business venture the way we have had courage to enter it. And I would reiterate, we would not be where we are without the support of the government, because you need government as your partner. These are PPP model, and what they have done, what we have been able to achieve here with the support of MMB is one of the best PPP example. I would just take one more minute. So what KMRL does, they own end to end. They own the vessel, they operate the vessel, they own the terminal, they own the railway. You must understand that for a true PPP model to come out, there is a part that a private operator has a responsibility, there is a part that the government has responsibility, and both work hand in hand. And that is how we have been running the M2M ferry.
Congratulations, sir. All the very best to both of you. And Sophia, one question for you, please. How many of these hydrofoil boats, high-speed boats that have you marketed so far in the Maharashtra sector?
So we have 11 boats coming this beginning of next year so far, but we do have letter of intents for more. And I do think that there's a lot of potential, especially based on the previous discussions in regards of port building. We do use the same technology platform for crew transfer vessels, which I think will be great. But for now, 11 signed and on being under manufacturing in Sweden.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
There's one question from there.
Good afternoon, sirs. Heartiest congratulations on this wonderful seminar. I am Commander Bhaskar Sengupta. I've come from a very old city called Calcutta at the invitation of a few friends. I have a question for the board. 50% of your route is in the open sea. Do you have a plan to have a 12 months metro service on the portion which is in the open sea?
Shall I answer that? Yeah, it is actually a place like Mandua. If you look at it, you won't be able to operate in all the seasons. Because of the high water seas which is operating there, we won't be recommending it for operating in all the seasons because of the safety concerns. Even now, I think Mandua is not being operated all the seasons.
M2M runs 24/7, 365 days. So to answer correctly, see, the western seafront of Mumbai is fully exposed. The God has blessed the eastern seafront with a protected harbor. However, there are days when sea gets roughed. So if you intend to run 24/7 operations on any sector, you will have to A, build the infrastructure to meet that requirement, and 2, you will need that kind of a specialized vessel which can operate in this kind of wave height. And then, as sir rightly said, eventually it has to be financially viable for the common man, for anyone to enter. So there might be solutions available, but would that be viable?
So just to add to what he said, we are operating our ferries, Ropec ferries, in Gulf of Cambay. Answer is, it runs 12 months a year. It's only when the weather deteriorates and the port controls put a sailing limit, is that when we are prevented, just like any other shipping, from sailing. Otherwise, it's 24/7. And sir, since you come from Calcutta, the city of joy, there was a team from Calcutta. They are looking at operating a ferry in Hooghly River, so they had come to study our project, and we hosted them and they've had a look at it. So very shortly, sir, you should be having nice ferry operating in Hooghly River as well. Thank you.
You heard it from the horse's mouth, so I think that is satisfied. Thank you.
Sir, may I get one question across? Good evening, sir. I'm Anshul Wadia from AH Wadia Boat Builders. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Pradeep, sir, to spearhead this kind of water transport initiatives in person through various meetings, offline, and also in this wonderful event. So, he's been promoting the water transportation not just in a very traditional way, but in a technologically advanced way. So I would really like the conversation from Candela itself, and thank you for being present here. So as a student of yacht design and all, we were fascinated because Candela is one of the first and foremost company to develop the hydrofoiling, and thank you for coming and bringing this to India with an open heart. I have a small question to Candela. Are you looking for just electric propulsion, or also are you looking for hydrogen fuel technologies?
Good question, and thank you for having me. The problem with hydrogen is that it's incredibly inefficient in converting it back to electric energy as it is today. That is the first problem that I see with hydrogen. The second problem is accessibility. There are power grids in most places where there are humans, but the infrastructure needed for hydrogen is not simply there, which makes the investment, the infrastructure costs much higher than simply putting in a charger. So that's why we're actually not looking at hydrogen for now. We are looking a little bit at it for certain cases as range extenders, but we're not seriously looking at it for now. But of course, as technology advances, it will be interesting to follow along.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. Since Candela is indigenously, they develop the propulsion and all the systems in-house with all the years of research and development. So this hydrofoiling technology is something new that not everybody has the expertise to do it. So people are going into electric transportation, electric ferries, but you are doing it with a different edge. So this technology that you are implementing, how affordable is it to install on a boat, or how much does it cost as a percentage of the overall boat? How expensive and reachable this technology is? So do you have a word on it, ma'am?
Good question. I think that I don't know the exact proportions of it per vessel. The big problem with retrofitting it on other boats is that, of course, that comes at the compromise of that you need to understand the center of gravity in order to properly design the hydrofoils accordingly. So currently we do not retrofit it on other vessels, but we develop the entire vessel as it is and sell it as a package. So I hope that answered your question.
Just to add the first point that you said about hydrogen, hydrogen is a good option for the future. What happens now is the cost of hydrogen is huge. The green hydrogen, if you want to get it, is costing huge amount of money. Is number one. And there are a lot of safety regulations yet to be established for hydrogen, for the proper operation of it. As you know, hydrogen, if it is exposed to oxygen, it is highly inflammable. It has to have a safety norms set. The storage of hydrogen is another problem that is not been established yet. Where do we store? In the port, jetties, terminals. These are all problems which are yet, there are no regulations come on the usage of hydrogen as such. Therefore, hydrogen would be the fuel of the future, no doubt, but it takes some more time for us to come to usage of hydrogen. Another thing about the hydrofoil technology is not something new. Hydrofoil technology is some very old technology. It's a very old technology, but then it is being used by them very efficiently now. It is nothing but after taking up certain speed, the boat comes out of the water and the underwater portion has less resistance because a very less portion will be under the water. So the wave making resistance is going to be very less when the boat comes out of the water. Only very small portion is touching the water. So the movement inside the water with the power requirement will be very less as far as the hydrofoiling action is concerned. That is possible only in water depths above 3 meters. What is your limit of speed? Hydrofoil speed. For hydrofoiling, what is the water depth required? Water depth.
It's 25 knots. The
No,
speed.
depth of
the
water.
depth. Sorry, you would want
Water.
about 3 meter clearance when when
Minimum
the
3
system is
meter
down.
clearance, which we don't have it in any of our inland waters. So it can't use it in inland waters that we are having it. We have 1 meter, 0.5 meter, or 1.2 meter, or 2 meters. Not more than that in our normal inland waters. It is good for the port waters because there are more than 3 meters of water depth is available. I hope that answers your question. There's a question there.
Yeah, sir, rightly said. With that point, hydrofoil, in fact, it is not new to the world. Russians were the first one to bring in. There are two questions. One to Mr. Pradeep. As we were taken through the circuits along which the water transport or the water taxi is to be started. Mumbai is a tidal port. At times or in routes, there is a negative draft as well. So what is the plan from MMB on that sector, like Thane Creek connecting to the Vashi Creek? That is one. And second question is, when the hydrofoil is hull-borne, what is the draft? If hydrofoil is taken as a model for that particular sector, then how are we going to mitigate that entire sector or the route?
On the second question, hydrofoil is not a technology that we have identified yet. It is the technology of Candela, that is, they are saying. The pre-feasibility study has been done now. Now a detailed DPR will be developed by, hopefully, Kochi Metro will be floating a tender for that. In that, in all the 10 potential routes, which technology is to be used, which boat is to be used, what kind of draft and what is to be done, that will come out in the detailed study, based on which we'll take a call on that. So we're not finalized on any kind of technology as of now.
Okay. So are you also evaluating this hovercrafts? Because of your tidal, being a tidal port, are you also evaluating that particular technology?
Which one?
Hovercraft.
Hovercraft.
Yes.
Hovercraft is not been thought of in the, so far no discussion has been happened for the hovercraft test. Hovercrafts could be used in a coastal side, not in the inland waters anyway. Okay. That has not been there because majority of this is in the inland waters. And your first question about the dredging, if you see in the Kalyan area, Ullas River and all, it is rocks.
Absolutely.
You need to do a rock dredging there. Have a proper operation from Kalyan to the Kalar region and all. It's very tough. But then government is taking the responsibility of making it navigable. If you want to operate in the low draft water, we'll have to obviously look at the tide water levels, tidal variations for the normal operations. Right. Definitely that will be considered, and it will be considered in the quantity of dredging, while it will be put across by the execution.
I'd also like to add that we do have a retraction system so that if parts of the route are with less draft, then you can move up the retraction system, the foil system essentially, and go in slower speeds up to 8 knots, and then you only have a draft of 1.2 meters.
Oh, that's lovely.
A lot of things will come into picture while deciding which boat or which kind of technology and everything, because finally a lot of things need to be married together, which is affordability, at the same time commercial sense, the cost of the boat, cost of dredging. If some technology needs a higher draft, obviously it will lead to a lot of dredging and the cost and maintenance and everything. So we have to identify it may be a different technology, and also the speed. If you want to make it a really affordable, number one, alternative mode of transport, we are competing with a lot of roads and rail network just being built, infra being built even as we speak. So even time is a matter. The speed, we are expecting 18 to 20 knots of speed. As of now, we are running at 8 to 10 knots. But again, as we increase the speed, the cost will increase. And if we say we want the higher speed with electric technology or hybrid technology, cost will much more increase. So we have to see for different routes, maybe different kinds of tech and boat and design. It will be a very detailed kind of a DPR, and final, the very proper clarity will be given to the private sector in terms of participation, what we need.
As such, there will be multiple types of boats. You can't have one type of boat operating for all the places. That will be one of the outcomes which I can say in advance itself. And as far as there are bridges, there are so many factors which are coming into the place of deciding the speed. Certain places we can't run with a so high speed because the river width is very less, then the people will object if you go with high speed. And there are places you can't go slow because you will not catch passenger. So there are various factors which are coming in into the decision of the speed and type of boats, number of passengers. All these things have to be considered, while even the coastal roads and the Trans Harbour Bridge, etc., are all connections are already been established. Whether to have such a route there is another thought which to be put into the system when we make a final decision. So those things all will be considered for the next set of studies.
The bottom line here is that the present system, someone comes and says, I want to run a passenger boat in this route. We are not 95, they themselves come and 95, and we will say, okay, the policy is that you pay 10%, you run. In the present, what we are trying to do, what we are proposing to do is that where we will identify all the routes, all the comprehensive routes that can be run, all the locations which to be connected like Thane, Mumbai, all the economic hubs. And then we will say what we will do. Then we will say what is expected from you, what technology, what kind of investment that you need to do, what kind of support that we can do. So it will be a clear kind of a thing where in the private sector, the main thing is clarity and what is needed from whom. So that is what is going to come out of this. Thank you.
Discussing the transportation, but there's also a segment of tourism. So for that, there are like sightseeing boats. So for that, we don't require like speed and going very efficiently. Very slow speed boats can be implemented on certain routes where people just want to go in the sea and enjoy. And electric propulsion would be a benefit because it's silent and having its own advantages of clean and green. So that also can be discussed. What type of boats do we use for like a catamaran, which is more comfortable and slow speed, like 5 knots maximum. So these also can be studied upon. Thank you.
I think that is a very valuable suggestion. Tourism is obviously speed, door speed. Tourism means they're going to come to see the sights. Definitely you have to look at it that way. Good. I think we had a very good interactive session all throughout. I suppose there is no more question from the audience. And again, I think we have made it clear the water is a power and water transport is going to be a reality. By MMB is going to establish that it's a reality. And thank you very much to all the panelists again, and the very supportive and reactive audiences also. Thank you very much.
A huge round of applause for all of our panelists, please. I believe that they are committed not just to making water transport and MMR a reality, but making it mainstream. And with that, Pradeep sir, if I could ask that you kindly please felicitate each one of our panelists for their contributions, for being here at the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit this afternoon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause is incredibly well deserved. Thank you so much, Sophia ma'am, for being here. What's been so incredible about this summit are the actionable takeaways that have emerged from the conversations. It's not just conversation alone. And if I could ask the entire panel to please gather for a photo op. Let's capture the moment. Thank you. Thank you once again. And Pradeep sir, we're going to ask you to remain on stage with us. All right, after seeing off our guests. because as we close out the summit, I believe it's important that we get an overarching recap of sorts on our progress to date with respect to the state's port infrastructure, its coastal economy, and it's also important that we shine a light on the way ahead. So who better to do that than the CEO of the Maharashtra Maritime Board, Shri Pradeep P. Once again, sir, I present to you our CEO. Thank you, sir. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Honorable Minister of Ports and Fisheries, Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, respected Consulate Generals, esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, and delegates. As we draw the curtains on the Maharashtra Maritime Summit 2025, I take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to each one of you for your presence, participation, and invaluable contributions. A special thank you to our Honorable Chief Minister for his visionary address that clearly articulated Maharashtra's intent to lead India's maritime growth through bold infrastructure, integrated policies, and global ambition. I also extend heartfelt thanks to Honorable Ports and Fisheries Minister for outlining project-ready opportunities and reinforcing Maharashtra's commitment to a robust, investor-friendly maritime ecosystem. Our sincere thanks also go to the Additional Chief Secretary, Ports, for laying out the strategic blueprint for sustainable port development, shipbuilding, and mobility. We are also honored with the presence and support of the respected Consul Generals, whose international perspectives and engagement reflect the global relevance of Maharashtra's maritime journey. Over the course of the summit, we have witnessed insightful discussions and forward-thinking dialogues across the three key panels: port development, shipbuilding, repair, recycling, and water transport, a comprehensive water transport for MMR region. As we conclude today's summit, I assure you that every suggestion, perspective, and recommendation offered here will be carefully considered and integrated into our evolving maritime vision. This is not a one-time dialogue, but the beginning of a continuous partnership. We invite all stakeholders, domestic and international, to join hands with Maharashtra in building a maritime ecosystem that is sustainable, globally competitive, and inclusive. Let us work together to shape a future where Maharashtra leads not just in ports, but in shipbuilding, coastal mobility, and maritime innovation. Thank you once again for making this summit impactful, and we look forward to seeing many of you again as partners in progress. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, Pradeep, sir. But I want to thank all of you in the audience, because as we quickly bring the inaugural Maharashtra Maritime Summit to a close, that's presented by the Maharashtra Maritime Board, Ministry of Fisheries and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, and partnered by Times Network, I want to mention that you've been an incredibly warm, well-informed, and welcoming audience. And we ask that you please do join us for networking and tea, and have a lovely afternoon ahead. Thank you so much.